This is a notice for all participants. This is a public meeting and proceedings are being webcast live online. A recording will also be available for playback on the Council's website shortly afterwards. Please note that your name will appear on the live stream and in the recording. Should you not wish for your image to appear on these, please turn off your camera. Third parties should not record or film the local plan hearing sessions, and neither the Council nor the Planning Inspectorate are liable for any third-party recordings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome back. The resumption of today's session on Math 6 Tudeley Village. Charlotte, can you hear and see me okay? I know that everything seemed to work fine this morning, but I know they're on a separate link. Everyone still hear and see me okay? Yeah? Yeah, perfectly. Good. Excellent, thank you very much. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 4, then highways, which I know is probably going to take up certainly the next bulk of this hearing session. The first point was a point of clarification, really, and it goes to the point that Mr. DeWitt, I think, was made by yourself on behalf of Tunbridge and Moreland Borough Council, and this was you had some concerns reiterated at various stages on the extent of the area that's been modelled as part of the highways, and we'll get on to sort of looking at the wider highways picture. But just by kicking this off, there's a point of clarification. So I'm not sure if Mr. DeWitt is with us, but now is the time, Ray, to just tell me about those concerns, if you will.
Thank you, sir. Yes, our concerns that it is the extent of the area modelled is too narrowly drawn. We believe that it should be more extensive, certainly to the north of Tudeley, encompassing the settlements A228 and the A26 leading into that. And the reason being is that the A228 and the roads leading into it is a significant north-south corridor, strategic corridor, and that leads northwards to Kings Hill, the Medway Gap, a large urban area in Tunbridge and Moreland, to Maidstone, to the M20, to London and the ports, and to the M2 further north and the Medway towns. And we feel that because it's so narrowly drawn, we can't really understand those wider impacts, which obviously has highlighted this morning. That uncertainty creates a lot of concern and be able to size up that issue. So that's fundamentally our concern in terms of the first point you've highlighted there about the extent of the area. Hope that's clarified that point.
Okay, and was this a matter that's been considered by the council?
So what I'm going to do, we've got two highways experts here who have been instrumental in dealing with the formulation of the plan and undertaking the background highway modelling. One of those is Laura Parsons, who's dealt with it on a more strategic basis. I'm going to ask her to respond to the point first. Then, insofar as it's necessary to deal with any more detailed issues, Jason Lewis of Stantec, who dealt with the more localised issues. So if I could pass over, please, to Laura Parsons.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, just in relation to the extent of the model, we do include the A228 corridor and also the A26 corridor. The extent of the model is considered proportionate and appropriate for to assess the impacts within in relation to the Tunbridge Royal Tunbridge Wells Borough Council study area, and it does include all the major A roads and B roads within Tunbridge Wells and also within and surrounding Tunbridge.
Mr. Russell, I see you got your hand up. Is this a point that you've made, Rep Spot, also?
Yes, sir. We had a concern, my council had a concern in Tudeley that given the distance to Tunbridge, the probability that there would be significant new development in Tunbridge wasn't taken into consideration. So whilst the geographic area, as Parsons says, extends to the north, outside of the Tunbridge Wells boundary, there appears to have just been generic growth applied, which doesn't take into consideration likely spatial location of development, which we consider is more likely to be biased towards the built-up areas such as Tonbridge, and as a consequence, the traffic impact arising from these hasn't been, or the potential traffics arising from these won't have been considered. As I say, it's about 3 miles to the centre of Tonbridge from Tudeley, and I would have expected, well, as para 106B of the MPPF requires, that there would have been collaboration between Tonbridge and Malling and Tunbridge Wells on where development is most likely to be going in Tonbridge and Malling, which, as I say, is literally just a couple of miles away.
So for Tunbridge and Malling, what growth factors, well, what growth did you factor into account then? So seen Council's previous comments on this about obviously the stage of Tunbridge and Malling Borough Council's plan, but what sort of future amounts and locations of development as your sort of modelling of this development and this local plan growth taken into account for neighbouring authorities?
So the growth in relation to the neighbouring authorities has been established through the use of Tempro. It's noted that the Tonbridge and Malling local plan at the time of the modelling work when extended to a period of 2031, whereas the Tempro growth applied within the model used within Tunbridge Wells extends to 2038. So the extent of growth accounted for within the background does account for local plan growth from neighbouring authorities.
So just explain that in a bit more detail. Just help me understand that in a bit more detail then. So how does it take into account potential future growth in Tunbridge and Malling Borough then? How has that been factored into account? Is it based on their standard method figures? How do you physically do it?
Sorry, just making sure I wasn't on mute. So the Tempro figure we inputted into the model was for a growth equivalent of around 12,623 homes within the Tonbridge and Malling district. This is broadly in line with the strategic housing market assessment from September 2016. Sorry, I'm just consulting with colleagues as well on this matter. It is noted that that is slightly below the projected housing figure within the Tonbridge and Malling Regulation 22 submission. But again, as I mentioned, we consider growth up to 2038, so we consider an extended period. Given the extent of the growth included within our model, we consider Tempro to be prudent. The use of Tempro to be prudent for the Tunbridge Wells model.
Okay, Mr. DeWitt, you want to got your hand up? Just anything to come back on?
Yes, I appreciate Lorna Parsons' explanation there, but I think as a council, we are concerned that the modelling has underestimated what is likely to take place in the neighbouring authority. I understand the position that was taken, but the standard method has been in place since 2018, and for the last 2 to 3 years, it's been approximately the same sort of magnitude, so in excess of 800 and about 830, 850 dwellings a year. So if you roll that forward, that results in a much more significant figure than has been modelled. If you look at where we are now and rolling it forward, say to 2038, so we do believe it's probably there's a bit of naivety there about what is expected. We would have yes, you've taken regard to emerging evidence, but at the time, certainly Tunbridge Wells was advancing their plan making. I would have thought they would have had regard also to the standard method, because that's what the government expect us to respond to. And when you do that, it does result in a more significant level of growth that's clearly been factored in. You're looking at probably between now and 2040, for example, you're looking at nearly 16,000. So if you check that by a couple of years, you're coming down to about 14.5. So that's underestimate there, about 2,000 difference, which is certainly significant. So I think our concerns there are that the modelling probably has underestimated quite significantly the scale of development that's going to take place in the neighbouring authority.
So just so I got this correct for my notes then. So when you referred to using this sort of temporary figures, and you said that was sort of growth equivalent to 12,000 dwellings, is that correct?
Yes. So what we've done is we've applied. We didn't do a blanket application of Tempro for the borough as a whole. We applied the Tempro growth for the individual zones within Tonbridge and Malling. So we have taken into consideration that development would occur within pockets, would be spread throughout the borough. And also the use of Tempro to establish neighbouring growth is a recognised methodology for local plan evidence base.
So how would you respond to the point that Mr. DeWitt's made then about, yeah, understand that, but I think the point Mr. DeWitt was saying is that, the government starting point is the standard methodology. That's the figure that the council would be looking to meet as a starting point. Therefore, that's the figure that you should have used.
Just give me, apologies, give me 1 second just to confer with my notes.
Mr. Russell, did you want to add anything just whilst Ms. Parsons just finds the relevant point in her notes?
Yes, I can. Thank you, sir. I think Mr. DeWitt and I are making slightly different points, albeit we agree. Mr. DeWitt is saying that the planning projection from Tonbridge and Malling is higher than the estimate, and I'll add it's an estimate that comes out of Tempro. I think it was 12,630 dwellings that Ms. Parsons mentioned, which Mr. DeWitt is saying is less than Tonbridge and Malling are estimating on their standard methodology. Just to be clear, Tempro doesn't take local plan. It sometimes it will go back to it, but it's not based on local plan projections. But the point I was making is even if you start breaking it down into the smaller areas of Tempro, it's still a blanket application. And when we're looking at Tonbridge, which is a major built-up area on the doorstep of Tudeley, the impact of where development is likely to be within Tonbridge will make a massive difference to the modelling. So simply saying everywhere in Tonbridge will deliver exactly the same level of housing is just too coarse given the proximity. If it was, say, Maidstone, for example, that's quite a long way away. I think it's probably reasonable to use Tempro in this model in Maidstone because the traffic is coming a long distance. But when you're looking at a built-up area on the doorstep, it's so important to make sure that the major developments are in the right locations. For example, if it's on the east side of Tonbridge, that'll have a completely different effect if it's on the west side of Tonbridge. Thank you.
Yeah, all those comments are taken on board. I think it's important to recognise that Tempro is the methodology that's used in the absence of committed development, and the application of the growth factor at individual zones recognises that whilst it is a uniform growth factor applied to the borough, it does account for variations in development quantum in different pockets of the borough. And whilst the number is slightly low, it's low, sorry, not slightly low, is lower than the projection of the local plan, which was not taken forward at the time. It's considered robust through the recognised methodology that was adopted.
So just on that point then, so just help me understand why you consider it's robust when we obviously appreciate, we all know the position of the Tonbridge and Morling local plan, but just in terms of trying to think about forecasting future, development and spatial patterns of people and vehicles and all the rest of it, why is it justified to use that lower figure rather than the standard method figure, which is what Tonbridge and Morling Borough Council would have to use as the basis for their plan? Why is the lower figure justified?
So it might be helpful that until the full council decision of Tonbridge and Morling to withdraw their plan, the plan that Tunbridge and Morling were pursuing was based on the SMAR figure, because it was submitted under the transitional arrangements through the introduction of the standard methodology. So throughout the period of time that the borough was preparing the evidence base and considering the matters, the Tonbridge and Morling local plan was based on that lower figure rather than the standard method figure, which, when looking back at the timeline, explains why that was the case. Additionally, it's pertinent to note that plan also proposed significant levels of growth away from Tunbridge as the main settlement, including a garden settlement at a village called Borough Green, which is to the well away from the Tunbridge Wells boundary. Sorry, and I'll pass back to Mrs. Parsons.
I would also just like to emphasise the point that the strategic modelling work that we've done looks at a year of 2038, which extends beyond the Tonbridge and Morling local plan as it was. So we're considering a growth beyond the local plan, the Tonbridge and Morling local plan period. So we do on that basis, we are considering a level of growth higher and more robust than just up to 2031.
Mr. DeWitt. Somebody hand up.
Thank you, sir. Just a point of clarity in my mind, making sure I'm understanding it. And I think you've asked a very similar question. as I understand it, Tempro only factors in committed development. Yet you've made it very clear that the basis for factoring in development from Tunbridge and Morlin is as a piece of evidence, which is not that current, 2016, the Student Housing Market Assessment Update, which was in support of an emerging plan that had not been found sound and therefore wasn't committed development. So I'm trying to reconcile your statement about it only takes into account committed development with what you've actually factored in, which in reality, since 2018, and in the absence of a sound plan and therefore committed development, the default position should have been the government's standard method. And I'm trying to reconcile those two statements that you've made, and I'm struggling, but maybe you can clarify that for me.
Mr. DeWitt, I'd be grateful if you could clarify what you mean by the standard government method.
Yes, that's fine. Yes, the government, in terms of housing need, has devised a standard method which applies to all local plan authorities in England. It has been since 2018, which is 4 years ago. And that sets a starting position which the local plans plan making needs to respond to, take into account evidence and other matters. So that's the expectation of government as a starting point. And in the absence of an up-to-date plan, the standard method, for example, is used as part of the housing delivery test measurement in the absence of an up-to-date development plan. So we had assumed that would be the case for the modelling in the absence of an up-to-date local plan.
So in the absence of an up-to-date local plan and defined committed development, then the general accepted approach is the use of Tempro. And Tempro is based on the National Travel Survey as well as growth projections. So it takes into a number of factors when considering future traffic flows.
I think what we've highlighted, I don't label my point, but I think what's highlighted is that the Tempro hasn't realistically taken account of expectations of local plan authorities in terms of how they plan for growth. You know, we've commenced a review of our local plan, and our starting position will be the standard method for housing need. And I think it's reasonable to expect that to be considered when modelling takes place, certainly for a strategic site right at our borough boundary.
Okay, let's move on and we'll get a bit more into the detail of this then. So the second part of this is on the agenda, and this goes to some representations that have been made from objectors of the plan and within the evidence documents. And when we first started this examination, and we were sitting in March, I believe it was at the time, the council produced a statement of common ground and some further transport assessment work. So I refer to two documents there. We had the initial transport assessment. I think that's core document 3.114. I think that's correct. Anyone let me know if this is in any way wrong. There was then a transport assessment addendum number 2, and that was post-submission document, and I think it's been labelled PS023. So within that, representatives have identified some differences within the data. And this is a point that that really sort of Save Capel and their transport specialist, whose name just dropped off my screen. He is here. Excuse me, it's far too many tiles for me to see. But that was a point that Save Capel have made. So it might be best if I hand over to the gentleman from Motion, who's been participating in the same way as I invited Mr. DeWitt to just identify what some of the differences are and what the your concerns are with this evidence. Yeah,
So-
Mr. Russell, there you go.
Thank you. Yeah, as in the dog. Yeah. Yeah, I was quite surprised at the addendum report 2, which is PS_023. If I turn to if I can find it. If we turn to, or if in your leisure time, turn to table 1.1, there's a set of car trip rates for residential sites set out there. They are 0.48 and 0.43. And those are considerably higher than the rates used in document 3.114, which is the transport assessment. That document, or is referred to as the transport assessment, that document used a morning rate. This is number of car trips per house of 0.29. And you'll have seen earlier representations that we made questioning how low that was. But that used a rate of 0.29, and that compares to the most recent addendum 2, which is 0.48. That then works through for Tudeley Village of an additional 532 car journeys leaving, travelling to and from Tudeley Village during the morning peak. But what I didn't see was an update of document 3.114, where these higher rates, which appear to form the basis of the statement of common ground between the council and Kent County Council, where these are being fed back into the strategic modelling to see what the impacts are going to be.
Okay, and this is I think you produced a sort of comparison of the table within your hearing statement appendix as well. There's a comparison.
That's correct. I mean, there's also, if you go to document 3.66, which was produced by Stantec and is entitled the Tunbridge Wells Local Plan, Paddock Wood and East Capel and Tudeley Village Access and Movement Report. So it's, I think it's the reference 3.66. And then if you look in table, I've turned my page over and lost it. If you look at table 7.6, that comes up with yet another set of traffic forecasts for the morning and evening peak hour. So between the Stantec document, the SWACO document, and the addendum reports, we have 3 sets of traffic generation rates. And quite frankly, I don't know what's going on, sir.
Okay, so we can hand over to the council. I said the Save Capel hearing statement appendix has a table in there that compares core document 3.114 with the post submission document 23. So if I could just hand over to the council or the relevant team member then, just to explain then what the differences are, how they've come about, and how they have sort of fed back into the understanding of traffic impacts, which we'll come on to discuss.
Thank you, sir. I will respond to those points if I may. So just to take you through a response to all of the matters raised. The difference between the traffic generation rates between CD 3.114 and PC 023 happened as a direct result of an application of alternative assumptions. These alternative assumptions relate to the reference case scenario and the trip generation methodology. So specifically, a new reference case in full consultation with KCC and National Highways in response to their comments on the Regulation 19 report. Was a new reference case was developed, and this new reference case was on the basis of Within the Tunbridge Wells Borough Council area, development that had planning permission was included based on TRIC's trip rate methodology. Although the application of Tempro remained consistent with regard growth associated with neighbouring boroughs. The use of the TRIC's trip rates to establish the likely level of vehicular traffic to be generated by each individual development site within the local plan was adopted as opposed to the previous Reg 19 methodology of application of Tempro throughout. A further local plan scenario based on a modal shift of 10% applied to the vehicle trips generated by the large development areas of Paddock Wood and Tudeley Village was also included within the PCO 23. Now, the purpose of the sensitivity testing, and it was sensitivity testing that was undertaken within October 2021, and that relates to PCO 23. The purpose of this sensitivity testing was not to replace the Regulation 19 assessment, but rather to understand if there were any wider impacts of new development demand based on TRICS rather than Tempro, so which works back to the previous discussions. The revised assumptions, methodology and trip rates were subsequently agreed with National Highways and KCC, as I've mentioned, and the results of that testing was set out in the October 2021, so TAA 2. As shown in Table 1.2 of the sensitivity testing document, the TRICS-based sensitivity test for the local plan scenarios results in a small increase in vehicles compared to the Regulation 19 consultation document. Notwithstanding, as our analysis within the PCO 23 shows, no new mitigation locations were identified in the sensitivity testing, and therefore it did not change the overall mitigation package and conclusions compared to the outputs of the March 2021 report. Accordingly, the modelling presented at the Regulation 19 stage continued to remain valid.
Okay, let me just stop you there. So the additional work that was done was based on TRICS rather than Tempro. Is that correct?
For the Tunbridge Wells local plan growth.
Yeah. And you said there that it resulted in a small increase in vehicle numbers.
Yep.
So does that explain the difference? Because the motion assessment that the gentleman, Mr. Russell's just referred to, has a different morning and evening peak hour traffic volume. Is that what we're talking about then?
That's correct, sir. Yes.
That's the difference, right? Okay. So that results in a different evening peak hour and morning peak hour. So having that new information, when this work was carried out in October 21, although we didn't receive it until the March of this year, having that new information, just talk me through how the council used that and then retested or reconsidered the mitigation that was considered necessary when you first did it. So you'd done some work at Reg 19 stage, you'd looked at some mitigation, you then went back, but you've got these higher numbers. How did you factor into account those higher numbers, and how did you sort of retest then or reconsider whether or not that mitigation that you'd previously identified was actually going to be appropriate?
Okay, we took the revised trip generation methodology and we applied the resulting trip rates using the same methodology and the same model that was adopted for the Reg 19. So we went through exactly the same strategic modelling process, and the results of that are what is outlined in the October 2021 submission. So sorry, the CDO 23. Sorry, PCO 23.
And so So what,
sorry. Just to with regard to your second point on that, the purpose of that sensitivity test was to check to ensure that the assumptions made within the Regulation 19 with regards mitigation and the mitigation proposed was robust. And that's what the sensitivity testing, the outcomes of the sensitivity testing showed. So as I mentioned earlier, there were no new sites where severe impact was indicated beyond those already highlighted within Reg 19. So the mitigation strategy in relation to the physical highway improvement works and the locations with which they were required were the same. The difference with the follow-up sensitivity testing was the inclusion of and further consideration with regard modal shift and the extensive sustainable transport measures that are being put forward as part of the local plan.
so just talk to me about that then. So what were those differences?
So it was an additional local plan scenario was tested within the strategic model based on a modal shift achieved within Tudeley Village and Paddock Wood. And there was extra mitigation that had come forward since the Regulation 19 that had not been fully that needed to be fully considered within the model.
So just talk me through then. So what we say, different model tested, a different modal shift. So what were the differences and why were the differences tested?
Sorry, just bear with me 1 second. Sorry, if you just bear with me 1 second, I'll get you the measures. Apologies. Sorry. So just to clarify, it was in relation to the extended bus corridors into Tonbridge and the adoption and use of a strategic travel zone within the model that extended to include Tonbridge in recognition that the sustainable transport measures would provide the connectivity between these large developments to Tonbridge.
Okay, so what did it actually do then? So how did that change the model? Oh, how did it change the outputs?
It recognised, it allowed the model to take account of the a 10% mode shift in the wider area, recognising the impacts that the sustainable transport measures being put forward within the local plan and also wider sustainable transport measures through LC WIP and the bus infrastructure work that's also been undertaken jointly between Tunbridge Wells, KCC and Tonbridge. And that resulted in a reduction in the car trips throughout the network. And it was the modal shift in conjunction with the sustainable transport measures set out and included within that additional scenario constitutes mitigation. So the sustainable transport measures are a key part of the mitigation package set out within the local plan. And this is the modelling within October allowed the impact of those sustainable transport measures to be correctly assessed and presented.
Okay, Mr. Russell.
Just very quickly, one point of clarification. I may have missed it, but there was reference there to National Highways having agreed, and I'm not aware. I've had a look again this morning, but there's lots of directories. I may have missed it, but I'm not aware that there's any statement of agreement with National Highways. I may be wrong, so happy to be corrected on that. I did kind of lose track there a bit, I have to admit, sir, sorry. If I go back to the comparison of the trip rates coming out of Tudeley Village, in 3.114, and I've maybe misunderstood, 3.114, which was the evidence that supported the submission plan, there are 812 car journeys associated in the morning peak with Tudeley Village. In PS_023, which includes the extended active travel zone, the extended bus routes, which I didn't quite follow because I understood that the plan had always been to operate a bus service between Paddock Wood and Tonbridge via Tudeley. The trips increase by 532. So this is where I'm struggling just a little bit, sir, that what I understood to be an increase in the active travel zone area, extended bus routes, a blanket 10% reduction in car trips because of sustainability, in fact, results in an additional 532 vehicle trips. And I just can't square the circle. I mean, the evidence is all there, sir. It's all written down, and I'm sure you can look through it at your leisure. It may have been helpful if there were an updated 3.114, because it sounds like the work that went into 3.114 had been done again in order for Kent County Council to feel that they were able to sign a statement of common ground on impacts. But of course, we've not seen that work, sir.
Yeah, and I think that was the question that I sort of asked midway through that really was, we've got this table in the motion report, it identifies the differences. Whereabouts has the council gone back? We've got this new data. You said you sort of retested things, but where's that set out? Where does the evidence set out? We've gone back in the addendum to, there's this increased trip rates. We've retested it against what we think the mitigation is going to be needed, and we think, yeah, that's still acceptable, that's still going to work. Where is that?
That is what is reported in AS2. So just to clarify, as set out in AS2, the demand change between the scenarios, so local plan mitigation scenario, including the highways mitigation measures and the 10% mode shift in sustainable transport zone, and the previous local plan with no mitigation is only circa 300 trips in the AM peak and 155 in the PM peak. And much of this is in relation to how the flows are distributed through the strategic model. So whilst we acknowledge that the discussion is in relation to total trips, it's how these total trips are then dealt with within the strategic model that is key. And I think the assessment work that has been presented, particularly that within AS2, and certainly outlined within section 3 of AS2, that whilst the site-specific trip demand does increase beyond that was assessed in March, due to the way that the tempo scenario spread the demand growth across all of the zones within the strategic model, the actual difference in link flows across the model between March 2021 and the strategic modelling work that was done in support of AS2 is actually very minor. It's much less than if you look at the total the impact of the difference is spread across the modelling area. So it's a lot less than is being implied by only referring to the numbers as a whole.
Okay, yeah, I understand that point. Mr. Russell, was there anything you wanted to add?
Well, it was just to add that PS_023 does not replicate 3.114. And if you look at the two documents, you'll see very clearly it doesn't, which means I'm unable to make a direct comparison between the modelling supporting the submission local plan and the modelling that convinced Kent County Council to sign up to a statement of common ground. I think what we've also, if I understand Ms. Parsons correctly, is that we are agreed that the PS_023 in the morning peak hour, there will be an additional 532 cars travelling to and from Tudeley Village. We'll move on to this, sir, but they will all necessarily need to be on the B2017 because that's the access road. At the eastern end, there will be an additional 682 cars on the road network associated with East Capel, and Paddock Wood. So whilst the sensitivity test may bring some benefits to people living elsewhere within Tunbridge Wells, what it clearly demonstrates is that there is a significant increase in traffic along this B2017 corridor between Paddock Wood and Tunbridge, within Tunbridge itself. And the evidence, I suggest, simply hasn't been submitted to this examination to allow us to see where the impacts are.
So obviously, yeah, you've looked at the numbers, you looked at trip generation then. So the next logical question is, where do these vehicles go? What junctions do they use? And what impact upon those junctions will the development have? And I know Mr. DeWitt, on behalf of Tunbridge and Malling Borough Council, neighbouring Borough Council had raised some, I think you referred to them as serious concerns, I think.
Sorry, sir, can I just, I think Mr. Lewis has, I've just saw his hand's been up for a while. I don't know.
Sorry, okay,
missed that, sorry.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you, sir. So I'll introduce myself. I've not spoken so far today. It's Jason Lewis here from Stantec, Director of Transport Planning. I was only going to make a point of clarification. It's the third approach that Mr. Russell asserted as having confused him. But I would draw Mr. Russell's attention to CD 3.66E. Roman numeral 1, which is the Tunbridge Wells Local Plan Paddock Wood and East Capel and Tudeley Village Access and Movement Report. It's clearly set out in section 1 that the purpose of the report isn't to confuse with the work that SWECO have carried out as the overarching transport assessment. It is merely as a high-level assessment to advise and assist with the DLA exercise in understanding the viability and deliverability of Tudeley and Paddock Wood sites. And I would like to point out in paragraph 1.2.4, we clearly state as such that shouldn't be confused. So I don't believe it should even be within this this discussion this time, as the SWECO work is the overarching work that should be concentrated on.
Let's move on. I want to look at we'll see logically, where do these vehicles go? What junctions do they impact upon, and what effects will this have? And it's obviously as a result of Tudeley Village, but it's cumulative growth, isn't it, with other developments within a local plan as well. One of the questions, obviously, within the agenda was the effect of the Prose development on the highway network, having particular regards to the B2017 and also the junction with the A26. Mr. DeWitt, I was saying that as a neighbouring authority, you raised some serious concerns about highways impacts. is it worthwhile you summarising which particular junctions and which particular parts of Tunbridge that you were actually concerned about at this stage, just by way of context?
Yes, thank you, sir. It wasn't just Tunbridge. I appreciate the response from Lorna Parsons regarding my initial point, but it was actually junctions further up the north-south corridor. So that would be junctions within Hadlow settlement on the A26, and then junctions of the A26 with the A228 at 7 Mile Lane, the A26 with the A228 east of Merryworth, and junctions further up the A228 with junction 4 of the M20. That was the extent of the those junctions further north, because of the fact that that is a very significant travel corridor north-southwards. And it's our understanding, and maybe I need to be corrected if that's not correct, but it's our understanding that those junctions were not being assessed. It was quite tightly drawn in terms of junction assessments north of the strategic site. And in terms of Tunbridge, it certainly was the I think the junction you've just referred to there, Woodgate Way with the B2017 A26. And whilst it is in Tunbridge Wells Borough Council, it is immediately adjacent to Tunbridge. And I think the point I've made already, but I'll just sort of summarise, but we feel that the cumulative effect, and that includes the likely development, or at least at this stage, expected levels of development that could take place in neighbouring authority, Tunbridge and Malling, has not been adequately factored in. And that means there's probably an underestimate. So that makes it challenging for us to really fully understand those impacts. So, and I think allied to that, and it's just been touched on, and I was mindful of it being maybe a matter for the next point about choice of transport modes, but the modal shift of 10%, I think it's questionable based upon the submitted plan, whether that's achievable, because I think the local plan itself is, again, too light touch, Nat. And not only is it too light touch, we've just heard earlier that the modelling in terms of modal shift is being based upon active travel strategies. Well, Tunbridge and Malling, we're at the very, very early stages of active travel strategy work. And certainly at the time the plan was being prepared at Tunbridge Wells, we had nothing in the public domain. We've literally, early this year, only concluded a consultation on some potential cycle routes. We have not reported to our members an active travel strategy. That is still something that is work in progress. So on that basis, it is premature to give significant weight to that work that A, is not fully fleshed out or been consulted upon or even adopted by Tunbridge and Malling. So that brings into question that modal shift. So there's some doubts there about the effectiveness of really taking into account likely levels of traffic that will be generated, not just through the street site, but in the adjoining neighbouring authority. And just as a final point on that, sir, it was just allied to transport and traffic is the issue of air quality. And we have felt that it's been dealt with in a quite light touch way in terms of the only evidence I could find was a topic paper and no real modelling involved in that. And clearly that's a concern for the communities in Tunbridge in particular, with increased traffic flows, which will inevitably happen, certainly in the short to medium term, as residents will be travelling more than likely to Tunbridge for commuting purposes and for the secondary schools. So we've got significant doubts about whether the effects have been effectively addressed.
So if we can just go back to council just on that point, because clearly this modal shift issue then has implications for volumes of traffic and impacts on junctions. So just talk to me more about the modal shift then, and what is it, and what in particular it's based on in terms of actual plans and strategies and policies within this local plan. I'm not sure if Ms. Parsons is the the right person to respond?
Can I respond to that one, sir?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to speak in terms of Tudeley Village here, and we've obviously had a lot of conversations and discussion with the site promoter, who is pushing forward with a programme of nationally accepted strategies to bring about a level of modal shift that accords with the garden communities prospectus set out by the government. Its decarbonisation plan, taking a steer from not only the Sustainable Travel Towns study that has been mentioned already today, but by best practice that has been ongoing across the UK, and I'm going to name some sites here, particularly Bewley in Essex, Alconbury Weald in Cambridgeshire.
So tell me what this plan's going to do. Tell me what this development's going to do.
Well, first of all, it's underpinned by the LC WIP document that was produced by Phil Jones Associates. And that set out the cycle strategy to provide exemplar walking and cycling proposals for Tudeley, covering the route out to the A26 to the west. So that is a bespoke route on promoter land that goes all the way to the A26. So meeting the very outskirts of the current Tunbridge town boundary, the town envelope. But to the south, the PJA work clearly set out the route via Half Moon Lane, just as one example in this area, that goes to the North Farm area of Tunbridge Wells, which is a large employment area serving Tunbridge Wells. We've then obviously got the work on buses that's been ongoing, and you probably heard already today that there's been a lot of discussion with Tunbridge Wells Borough Council, Tunbridge and Morling Borough Council and Kent County Council on public transport strategy for delivering this local plan, no doubt going forward to Tunbridge and Morling's new local plan. But the work itself led by the promoter that fed into the work that Stantec did on the Access and Movement report, looking at public transport provisions, so buses every 15 minutes, servicing the key locations on the corridor, Paddock Wood, Tudeley, Five Oak Green.
Let's just deal with a couple of these sort of examples of how we're going to achieve some of this modal shift that we've talked about. In terms of walking and cycling, then, so let's put ourselves in the future Tudeley Village development, and we need to catch a train. So we know there's no train station here. We need to catch a train. So how far would I need to walk or cycle to catch a train to wherever I'm going to?
So we've already heard distances approximately 3.5 to 4 kilometres to Tunbridge station, and that would be via the new green route that's already been flagged today. So that leads to the A26, and from where you go through the hinterland of Tunbridge to reach Tunbridge station. You'll also have the opportunity to go to Paddock Wood as well. The council's worked on routing for cycles via what would be a downgrade eventually, B2017 via Five Oak Green, because once the bypass goes in, that becomes a nice quiet route that can be used for cycling, and then via Whetstead Lane and then inwards to Paddock Wood.
So in terms of Tunbridge, then 3.5 to 4 kilometres. Obviously, this is a point the representatives have made throughout this process. Do you think that everyone's going to walk to the train station, or is it we're just talking about cycling really?
I suspect walking, probably less so. I'd say walking to the industrial estate just near the A26 there. That if you know the local area, there's a reasonable amount of employment on that side of the town. That's not outside the bounds of a reasonable distance, so it's only a couple of miles, which can be done in less than half an hour. So but to the station, I'd say a bit more time sensitive. I'd say the public transport, so the bus and cycling, and new ways of smarter mobility, so electric scooters, so as and when the law changes on that, but electric bicycles, they're going a long way now to providing very realistic and very usable commuter options for people catching the train.
Okay, so and we refer to train station, but there's obviously other higher order services and facilities in Tunbridge that would equally apply here. So we talked about the distance for walking, talked about difference cycling. So let's say I was going to catch that train and it's too far for me to walk. It might be in the winter, it might be raining, etc., etc. So how else would I get there then? So what sort of public transport facilities would I have available to me as a potential future?
Bus is the main mode to serve this, and that's where clearly Tunbridge Wells Borough Council have been working very hard with Kent County Council, looking at the future of these routes. So I suspect bus priority measures, but also ways of running the service. So it's ensuring continuity of service patterns and support from development. And that's a key point I'd like to make here, in that there's significant funding being promoted for both Tudeley and Paddock Wood to support bus services from a very early period, and that starts from between 50 and 100 dwellings, so very early implementation of bus strategies, and then staggered and increasing as the development comes forward.
So just in terms of existing bus operators, for example, is there any discussion with existing bus operators who could serve this development? I know that in the statement of common ground that was provided in March, it says Tunbridge Wells Borough Council and Kent County Council are actively working together in relation to potential for a fast and frequent bus service. Tunbridge Moorland Borough Council is also involved in these proposals. Maybe Mr. DeWitt could sort of help understand a bit more about this then. So what actually has been discussed, agreed, could be put in place? Are there existing bus services that go down the B 2017? Are there existing bus route operators who have identified that they could, with potential funding, serve this development? Where have you got to?
Sorry,
so I was going to ask if perhaps Mr. Lewis commented, and then Mr. Joyner from Kent County Council.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
I would just say, thanks, Steve, that throughout the process of the master planning work, we did engage with public transport operators. So that includes Network Rail, as well as the local bus company. I believe on at least 2 occasions, we did meet with them to understand and engage on the proposals and how they could interact with that. And clearly going forward, that engagement would continue throughout the planning process to deliver these sites.
Okay, I really, honestly, I don't mean to be negative in these questions. I just want to be really blunt and really clear as to what's actually being proposed, because these are some quite sort of fundamental concerns that people have got to this. Is that there's lots of positive sounding discussions taking place and schemes being considered. What actually is on the table here? What are we actually talking about?
Perhaps, sir, if I can come in on the point. So I'm David Joyner from Kent County Council. So that was one of the very questions that we asked, and we commissioned a bus feasibility study jointly with Tunbridge Wells Council. And a report is under preparation at the moment. So we've seen a draft version of it, and we're really trying to get at the nub of whether the bus service improvements are possible from the funding available, and whether the services would be sustainable in the longer term. Obviously, we're going through a bit of a difficult period with public transport services at the moment. The consultants have held an engagement session with all the major operators in the area. There is a service that runs between Paddockwood and to Tunbridge along this route, but we're looking at a significant improvement to that. It would give a 17% reduction in journey time from the measures that we're thinking about, and it would be possible to run a 15-minute service there. So it's fairly close to turn up and go as we can get it. And from the work that was commissioned, we've seen the headlines, and that seems good in overall terms. So with a 10% shift in public transport and extra trips along there, there'd be sufficient funding coming through the fare box to keep the services running in the longer term. The main routes that is being planned, I mentioned about Paddockwood, Tudeley to Tunbridge, so that would be the main service in there. The plan is to run it through Tudeley itself on segregated routes, and then on to the junction with the A26, and it would carry on through Tudeley Road there, which at the moment is closed to through traffic. So the plan would be to have a bus gate there, and then we'd be able to run the service through the local roads and into Tunbridge Town Centre. So I think this work has provided us with a good level of confidence, sufficient at the local plan stage to be confident that service could be provided. Thank you.
Two points in response to that, really. So this isn't anything that I or others have seen yet. This is ongoing, is it? You mentioned there that the report was under preparation, you've seen a draft of it, etc., but no one else has seen this.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And also, it obviously sounds like it's, you referred to putting Busgate on and sort of this bus route continuing to Tunbridge, etc. So, Mr. DeWitt, have you, as a neighbouring authority, been? So I'm just looking for Mr. DeWitt on my list. Too many faces and names. Is this something that you've been involved with as a neighbouring authority?
I believe one of my colleagues in the team has been involved with ongoing discussions, I think, with colleagues at Tunbridge Wells. But I suppose the point I've been making is that what we're talking about is happening now, whereas the judgments which were made in the submitted plan, they didn't know this. And as I say, we have constructive engagement with Tunbridge Wells on active travel and certainly cycling and bus options, but it is such an early stage in Tunbridge and Morling. We've not published anything, so there's a degree of prematurity of this, and it's whilst it's good to hear now, we're meant to be judging the soundness of the plan as submitted.
So just on that point, I would refer you to the statement of common ground with Tunbridge and Morling Borough Council, which sets out, for example, at paragraphs 5.2, 5.6, 5.8, the work that has been undertaken between Tunbridge Wells and Tunbridge and Morling. For example, using the cycling infrastructure, both councils' consultants undertook joint site visits assessing the routes so that it could be looked at across the borough boundary, and likewise in terms of the bus provision, as Mr. DeWitt has said, colleagues are working with colleagues of Mr. DeWitt on these bus matters. In terms of the point about this evidence, or this work, which KCC has commissioned, when we go back through the master planning work which was undertaken, which Mr. Lewis alluded to earlier, that involved discussions with County Council, with the bus operators, with neighbouring authorities, and through that we were we were, as a council, able, we felt, to have confidence that that's suitable public transport and suitable active modes of travel could be secured, which again, and I go back to the timings of this matter. This was between Regulation 18 and Regulation 19 stages, and that gave us the confidence to allocate the sites. The work which has been undertaken subsequently is detailed. It is, as Mr. Joyner said, it looks at travel times, it looks at routes, it looks at the overall income, etc., for bus provision. And as a final point in terms of the work with Tunbridge and Malling, the council, Tunbridge Wells Council, is jointly funding a VISIM model for Tunbridge as well, to factor in with Kent County Council. It's that the fee for that has been split 3 ways, demonstrating what's set out at paragraph 5.12 of the Statement of Common Ground, that both authorities will continue the discussions and collaborative working on the cross-boundary implications of the growth at Tudeley, noting Tunbridge and Malling's concerns, and this was agreed, working to address these, including where necessary, key infrastructure providers and statutory consultees.
So one of the key things that we talked about in the first couple of weeks of the examination was about the strategy, and the gentleman from the council who's not here today, his name escapes me, but I've got a note of it. I asked him at the strategy day, and obviously the sort of the strategy of the plan was about, yes, this is a new settlement, but it's about directing significant new development to locations which are or can be made sustainable, and that was a point that was in the framework. And we just talked about paragraph 73 in the framework, paragraph 105. They're all sort of saying the same things, you know. And part of the argument from the council there was, well, it's you know, it's not now, but it is a location that can be made sustainable. And obviously part of this is the provision of public transport. The question that I sort of bluntly asked the gentleman from Kent County Council was, yeah, lots of words about things that have been done in the background, but where's the evidence that I can sort of point to now that says this is, you know, there's a high likelihood that this is going to be provided and it will be effective as a means of providing, you know, non-car mode travel to higher order centres such as Tunbridge for everyday things like getting the train, you know, dentist or hospital appointments or whatever it may be. And it sounds like that work's being done now. So Mr. Bourne, I'm not sure whether that's the case. Have we got that information before us?
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry to butt in. I've had my hand up for ages because it is before us. It's in the Stantec report I referred to earlier, paragraph 7.9.2. Which Mr. Lewis confirmed fed into the Master Planning and Infrastructure report, which forms part of the evidence base. It says a bus service in the area to every 15 minutes with a midi-sized bus will cater for the proposed development. That's what in the evidence before us, on which I'd suggest we have to make a decision on the soundness of the plan.
So I'm not sure if it was Mr. Joyner or Mr. Warren. So is that what you're now pursuing, or are you pursuing something different? What's actually being taken forwards?
So it's working on the basis. So the work which Stantec undertook through the master planning work gave further clarity and confidence to the council that a 15-minute bus journey could be, bus service could be provided. The work which was undertaken through that gave the council that confidence. as ever, things are iterative, and the next stage of work has been the study which Mr. Joyner referred to, and but that builds on the work which Mr. Lewis's organisation undertook between Regulation 18 and Regulation 19. It provides that additional confidence, but the council felt that there was sufficient confidence at the time that a bus service such as that could be provided. As Mr. Lewis said, it was informed through discussions with public transport providers. The council is part of the Quality Bus Partnership. It has frequent liaison with bus providers who operate within the borough. The understanding of bus routes, of how they've been affected by COVID, etc., is something that the economic development team at Tunbridge Wells undertakes considerable work on, and they liaise closely with the planning service, which ultimately has fed into the council's considerations.
So this minibus service then that Mr. Russell referred to. So question maybe for Mr. Joyner. So what's that, and how is that different from the bus services and bus provision that's now being considered, or is it the same? What are we talking?
Thank you, sir. Sorry, my image is not appearing. I have unclicked. Can you see me?
I can see it. Yeah, see and hear.
Oh, okay. I can't see myself. Yeah. So as Mr. Bourne said, this takes that work on to the next level. Effectively, a MIDI bus is between a minibus and a single decker bus, and it's something that we do think carefully about. So the size of vehicle needs to support the number of people that want to get onto it. That's a fairly obvious thing to say, but equally we're conscious that we need to provide as close as possible to a turn up and go service. So smaller buses running more often, I think is the way to go here. But I mean, this is something that will be looked at further as we engage with the bus operators and look for proposals to come forward to provide that route there. So it's a work in progress.
And so if I could just go back to the point that Mrs. Young made this morning. So the size of Tudeley and in terms of the provision of services, employment floor space, etc., would be, we feel, comparable to Cranbrook. Cranbrook is in the is a category B settlement in our settlement role and function study, and which has the level of sustainability associated with that. In addition, and in terms of the points about its location relative to those higher order services, we feel that it's a combination of a settlement of that size with those facilities, with that employment, akin to a Group B settlement in its location, with the opportunity for active travel measures to higher order settlements. So not just the train station, but as Mr. Lewis said, the employment and shopping facilities within cycling distance, and so particularly at Tunbridge, and public transport measures, including a 15-minute bus service, were the council's, fed into the council's considerations around the strategy to have a settlement elsewhere, albeit of that size, away from settlements which provided that level of service, would have so particularly looking towards the eastern part of the borough, which is unconstrained by AONB and greenbelts, whilst a settlement of that size could still have the associated services and employment to match a Group B settlement, it would not have that proximity and ability to provide active travel and public transport links to a higher order service.
Okay, let's take some comments on this then. Then we'll probably lead up to mid-afternoon break. Then we'll come back and look at some of the sort of viability issues. We'll go to Mr. Charlton, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm Peter Charlton, representing the Tunbridge Civic Society, which has about 400 members in Tunbridge and has been very active. We, right from the very beginning, we have been very concerned about a lot of the issues which have already been touched on, particularly by TNBC, and we support many of the comments which have been made. The reality is that Tunbridge Wells, in their planning exercise, have, in our view, taken the relatively easy option of taking a large area of land with a single owner, which is much easier to support and develop. The problem is that it is so close to Tunbridge. And as a result, the main concern of most residents of Tunbridge is that this will simply add to all of the various problems which have been touched on. Commuting, in practice, nearly all of the movements are likely to be primarily by car, with relatively limited numbers of people cycling, even with the development of this new route, which is the green route, which is attractive, but in practice is not going to have an enormous amount of effect in terms of numbers of people on the fact that you've got 2,800 dwellings and a very large number of cars which are going to be coming in and out of Tunbridge, which is already so jam-packed. And with that, of course, the parking problems, there's the problems of the environment, which again have been touched on. It just seems, from the point of view of somebody who's lived in Tunbridge for nearly 40 years and has commuted for probably 25 of those years by walking, but just down the high street, that it is frankly the wrong place for what is going to be another commuter, a small commuter town. And we think it is very unfortunate. So I'm just trying to reflect those views, not from the point of view of being a professional planner, but just as a resident of Tunbridge and very aware of the practicalities of what is likely to result. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Strawn, I think next. Hadley Estate.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, so there's just 2 points to raise to perhaps support the comments Mr. Bourne made, and in terms of the sort of public nature of what's before you, as you answered. In our Regulation 18 submission to the local plan, we submitted a detailed transport station by WSP. At that time, we looked at a 15-minute bus route between Paddock Wood and Tudeley, through Tudeley and Tunbridge. We looked at it on the basis of developing the 15-minute service, and we costed it, and we identified what the cost of that was and fully supported that as part of this ongoing process. That was one thing that was done. The second thing that was done was for the Hadlow Estate to establish and ensure it could deliver a single land ownership cycle path offline to Tunbridge. Whilst it is any new settlement, it is always an issue regarding any degree of non-car activity, but to get to a situation of 100 houses where you could deliver potentially a 15-minute bus journey to that location and an offline cycle path is, in my experience of dealing with quite a few new settlements, exceptional. So I just thought you should be aware that we've been promoting these aspects and are absolutely committed to them.
So can I just add to that? I think you might have just said Regulation 18 submission, but I think it was you'll find it in our Regulation 19 submission, and it's I'll just check, I might have got that wrong, but anyway, the point I was going to make is that this is a report, it's a detailed report. I'm not going to take you through it all now, but from WSP Transport Planners, and the provision of those things, and in particular the bus strategy, was assessed and costed for the provision of it moves from 30 to 15-minute service into Tudeley village itself. So there's technical evidence from Hadlow Estate that was before the council when it made its assessment itself. And I'm just being corrected if I'm out.
No, you were correcting you. It was an annex to Hadlow's Reg 19 submission in February 2019.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying, because I think we might have said Reg 18. Yeah. So it went in with the Regulation 19 submission. It's quite a detailed, it's a lengthy report, but you'll find it's divided up into various things, but include the public transport strategy with costings.
Okay, Mr. Russell.
I'll lower my hand before I forget. Yeah, thanks, sir. We've kind of skimmed, I guess, onto sustainability. I think when we're talking about public transport, there's two other things we need to look at. One is the number of people. This is a very large development being located where there is nothing apart from a world famous church. It's very, very difficult to raise a sustainable development out of nothing. When we start looking at the number of people when this is fully occupied, the Stantec report, and I don't disagree with these traffic generation figures, the master planning report identifies 6,626 trips during the morning peak hour. Their estimate is 3,700 could be retained within the site. It's an estimate, it's not unrealistic. That still leaves 2,920 people travelling to and from Tudeley village from outside the village. If you turn in their report to 7.6, when you get a chance, sir, that starts bringing home the numbers of people that we're talking about. The aspirational mode share target would see 760 people travelling by public transport, 209 by bus as the main mode, 551 by rail, of which some may cycle, but just to correct the distances, Tonbridge station is 4.5 kilometres, I was saying 3 miles, from the chapel at Tudeley village, which is on the western side. I don't believe that for functional journeys, many people, if any, will walk to either station or indeed anywhere from Tudeley village because of the distances involved. That starts giving you a context of how many buses are needed to even start providing a sustainable development in this location. The MIDI buses, which is the only evidence presented to this examination, there's been much talk about maybe possibly some talk in the background, but the only written down evidence submitted for us to look at talks about 15-minute MIDI-sized buses. That provides a capacity of around 160 seats in an hour to move 2,920 people. There would need to be a significantly higher frequency of bus during the peak hours if the development is going to be in any way likely to be sustainable. And this comes down to its spatial location, which is standalone, being built out of nothing, and without all the higher order, even lower order land uses within the development, as was discussed earlier. There are some, and it is beneficial, and there is trip retention, totally agree. But there still remains the best part of 3,000 trips during the morning peak hour that need to be catered for. It then moves on to when public transport is available. If public transport is going to be attractive as a mode of travel for journeys, it needs to be regular, it needs to be daily, it needs to offer different destinations and different times. For example, if I decide I want to go, and bear in mind, I will be a burger of Tunbridge Wells. If I decide to go to the theatre on a Saturday evening and I don't want to drive, I've got an option of what would be a 12-kilometre cycle ride there and a similar length cycle ride back. Or I will have to rely on there being a bus service that operates in the evenings during the week and or evenings at the weekend. We don't see any evidence that this is included in the plan or any requirement that the developers of the site must ensure an evening or weekend bus service. Because the alternative is I'll own a car. I've not really touched on it here, but the car parking policies within the local plan are very generous. So there will be plenty parking within this development if it's going to be policy compliant. I'll have somewhere to park my car. If I own a car, the evidence is you will use it, which will undermine it. So I'm asking you not to perhaps underestimate the enormous challenge facing this site because it's coming out of nothing to make it sustainable. Equally, if I look at the policy ED1 employment, there are a lot of sites around Tunbridge Wells. So far, the discussion has been we might have a 15-minute minibus service, Paddock Wood, Tudeley, Tonbridge, and yet Tunbridge Wells policy is throwing employment, I understand, especially around Castle Hill, around Tunbridge Wells, which would require a bus journey into Tonbridge, a rail journey to Tunbridge Wells, and then another bus journey out to the new employment area. It will be way quicker if I take my car. It is a really, really difficult thing. And I'm just asking you not to underestimate how hard this is going to be. So, and also then how shall we say, how firm the policy has got to be in, and I'm not going to use the word dictating, but setting the framework and saying, this is the minimum public transport level required. It doesn't prevent more being provided in terms of frequencies, peak hour frequencies, and also providing services evenings and at weekends, because otherwise people living there will be totally isolated.
Okay, point taken, let's move on. Ms. Bell, mindful that you represent the same client, was there anything short and specific that you want to add? I know that obviously Mr. Rubin, you participated in this session on behalf of Save Cape.
So yes, I mean, of course, I also act for Capel Parish Council, and although Mr. Russell doesn't speak for them, they do adopt and accept a lot of his submissions and evidence, analysis that's been put forward. But sir, it seems to us, having sat here and listened to Mr. DeWitt earlier on, and the position that Tonbridge Malling Borough Council find themselves in, that of course the point's been made that you were assessing this plan based on soundness at the point of submission, and we've heard quite clearly that there is a difference in the approach of modelling followed by Tonbridge and Malling versus Tunbridge Wells, and clearly it is a major difference between the two authorities. Yet the decision was made to submit the plan. And we say that this is the paradigm failure of the duty to cooperate arising here. Sir, further, having seen how this plan appears to be being developed throughout the process of this examination, so I'd raise that the starting point for the traffic modelling is that there were different models adopted by TNBC, to use the shorthand, and Tunbridge Wells Borough Council. There also then appears to be a point where KCC were not overly content, if I could put it that way, with the approach taken to traffic, which led at the Regulation 19 stage, which then led to these addendum transport assessments that were prepared in September and kind of October 2021, shortly before submission of the local plan on the 1st of November. At that point, it seems that KCC was still not content with the approach to transport. In February 2022, there then appears to have been some further work undertaken in respect of junctions, and it doesn't appear that Tonbridge and Malling Borough Council were involved in that. And then, sir, of course, you end up with the late filing of the further transport documentation that was shortly before the hearings in March. I mean, sir, in terms of having to consider a local plan soundness at the point of submission, it is clearly developing beyond that, and so it just strikes, say, Capel and indeed the parish council, that this isn't a well thought out proposal in respect of transport. And I come back to the point I made earlier on this morning, that there is a smack of retrofitting to make the evidence base fit by producing last minute further documentation. But those are the only points I have to make.
So if possible, for us to just provide the council to provide a couple of comments. I'm conscious of time, but
yeah, there was one more person actually that had.
I'm sorry.
That,
I think it may have been Mr. Lewis or Mrs. Cave, who are representing the council, and they were people I was going to.
Okay, no, that's fine. If you want to come back on any of those points, then we'll go to a break.
Thank you, sir. So just in terms of the parking points, it will be covered, I'm sure, under that hearing session, and indeed it's addressed in the council's statement. Policy TP3 specifically provides for the ability for a lower parking provision at the strategic sites. Yeah, we can, I'm sure that will be discussed at that particular session. I'll then just very briefly ask Mrs. Young to provide some commentary before Mrs. Cave and Mr. Lewis, but we'll aim to be quick, but I think it's important because it provides the particular considerations around the master planning of new settlements, and particularly given David Locke's associate's experience in that. So Mrs. Young first, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. Just quickly, I think at the outset, and having listened to a lot of the discussion, we are planning for a new settlement that is going to be over the course of the plan period and beyond, and everything in the guidance, the garden settlement principles, and by the government at the moment is that you have to push for active travel, and that's exactly what we are seeking to do. We have embedded it in the heart, and the whole approach that the council is taking from the LC whip to the master planning and beyond reflects that. So the LC whip was undertaken ahead of was in progress, if you like, alongside the master planning, and the teams worked very closely together on that. And all the identified routes have been fully costed and are included in the infrastructure framework, which is referred to in policy SS3. So the contributions towards those active travel modes will be secured through the development. Equally, on the bus side, and I know others have referred to it around the table, but KCC public transport team and bus operators form part of the workshop on the provision of bus routes and has informed the consideration of what could be provided, and the costings for that are likewise included within the infrastructure framework, which is referred to in policy. Just to highlight, and something as a side, we're obviously aware of the government Active Travel England, and the Borough Council is working positively with Active Travel at the moment on a part of their pilot scheme, because we see these two settlements as being really able to deliver those public transport links and can be a sort of exemplar example in that respect. And we have been working closely on some of the emerging schemes in that regard. And yeah, that was all I wanted to say, but I'm going to just hand over to Joe in terms of how the creating is so important that we do create the change in habits. And I know the comments that were made about the reliance on the car, but that is why you plan for it. And we've planned for it early on. Short phases will be the delivery of all the sustainable transport measures so they can fully embed at the early stages of development.
Thank you, Hannah. Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks very much. I just wanted to come back on a couple of points that have been raised, so if that's all right. First, the point made by Mr. Charlton of the Tunbridge Civic Society, who was suggesting that the allocation of Tudeley represented an easy option. I think it's appropriate to point out that no strategic development is an easy option. It's a very complex matter to deal with. However, it does present a series of advantages in terms of some certainty around delivery of a specific vision, particularly when you have a single landowner who has the intention of acting as a town builder. The town builder role typically is one that exercises particular consciousness towards stewardship and to act as a long-term custodian of a new place during its construction and also after its construction is complete. And I think sustainability is a particular part of that. The ability to put in place mechanisms and measures to promote sustainability across all aspects, including transport, and in particularly through the use of monitor and manage to continue to ensure that the objectives for sustainable travel are being met, and the ability to make adjustments during the course of the monitor and manage to make sure that those objectives are fully realised. I think it's rather pessimistic of Mr. Russell to dismiss the potential of new settlements to deliver sustainable lifestyles. In fact, that would be to write off all new settlements, of which there are many coming forward across the UK. One particular example that my practice, David Locke Associates, is involved in is the planning for Alconbury Weald in Cambridgeshire, where we know, for example, that 39% of residents, economically active residents, actually are home working at the moment. That's an example of how a town builder approach and a stewardship approach allows the developer to collect data and to continue to monitor and make adjustments to support that sort of sustainable activity. So a couple of points there that perhaps will help build some confidence around the potential of Tudeley to become a sustainable settlement. Thank you.
And if I could just comment on that point on monitor and manage, sir, because that's something that Tunbridge Wells Borough Council have direct knowledge and experience of, because we worked on a scheme called King Standing with Mr. Bourne's team, whereby that gave rise to a new form of monitor and manage that's entirely dynamic and actually significantly incentivizes the developer to promote sustainable travel over and above car travel. That was largely in response to the pandemic, which is quite interesting because the world changes. Okay, that was quite a significant change that we all had to endure for a couple of years and still do now. But as you know, the world isn't linear, the future isn't linear. So to have something that enables a flexible future and can be reactive is a significant positive. But Tunbridge Wells, they're experienced in that. They've dealt with the Section 106 that delivers that. So I think that they can do that for these sites as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a break. We'll have a comfort break we'll have a break for 15 minutes and everyone can get a cup of tea and what have you, and we'll resume back at 4 o'clock, please. So again, don't log out, just put your microphone and camera onto mute, and we'll resume at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone. It's 4 o'clock, so we'll resume and continue. I want to spend the next part of the topic today looking at viability and deliverability. And I said at the session in May that I didn't want to get too drawn into some really detailed, specific details on sort of number crunching on the viability, but there were some sort of headline figures around viability and deliverability that I think it is necessary to go through. One of the items of transport infrastructure that we've discussed briefly earlier on this morning, but at other sessions as well, is the 5 Oak Green bypass, and that we heard this morning was a requirement of this development. So, and the reasons are all set out, so we won't go through that now. So just in terms of the viability assessment then, the questions that I've got at this stage is, how's that being factored into the viability of this scheme, and who, when and how would that be delivered? So I'm not sure who's the best person to go to on the council's team.
I'll try in the first instance, and then if Mr. Vaughan wants to come in, or Mr. Shadow-Revian from there. So going back to the Master Planning and Infrastructure Study, which we were discussing earlier, so core document 3.66A and table 11 on page 132. So through the master planning exercise led by David Locke Associates, they identified the full suite of infrastructure that would be required not only to mitigate, but also to deliver the settlements on garden settlement principles. This divided the infrastructure into 3 categories, if you like. The first being the shared items of infrastructure, so the infrastructure that both settlements would be delivering. Then the infrastructure associated with Paddock Wood, so the infrastructure that Paddock Wood and East Capel allocation would deliver. And then finally, the infrastructure that Tudeley Village would deliver. There are 2 other scenarios within this document, which looks at the infrastructure framework should either settlement come forward without the other, and that was done for completeness in between the Reg 18 and Reg 19 plan. But given we're here to discuss both settlements coming forward, we'll focus on table 11. So that infrastructure framework has the identified costs, identified costs at this stage in time for the delivery of those infrastructure items. And then it's been categorized over who will deliver it within, sort of the individual parcels as well, categories A to E, which are explained on table 10. And then there's a broad phasing for the reasons we discussed earlier, which we considered was appropriate given that over the lifetime of the plan, things will change. And that those timeframes for delivery were based on the housing trajectory that we provided David Locke Associates and the team at the time of this study, and based on the Reg 18 local plan. Those costs were then provided to Dixon Searle Partnership, who fed it into their stage 2 viability assessment, along with the phasing assumptions and the identified costs, and who would be paying for those infrastructure items. And Dixon Searle then ran the assessment based on various different scenarios to provide us with the confidence and comfort that these items were delivered. And sorry, I don't have the core document reference. Oh no, I do. It's document 3.65A is the stage 2 viability core document reference. For Tudeley Village, this came out with a £10 million. No, sorry, it didn't. It came out with a it did minus £10 million deficit at stage 2, but Dixon Searle, in its view, and it has carried out a number of local plan viability assessments, considers this is in the realms of reasonable prospects of delivery as defined by the NPPF. Indications that are a few 10 millions in deficit at this point of viewing are not firm indications of non-viability, and in the context of scheme values and costs involved and the time over it which would come forward, and making any changes to those will change them significantly, and in their views that is within the realms of viability, especially when you consider that the Tudeley Village scheme is circa £800 million in total. So that was a sort of broad approach to how we factored it in. So each item was identified, the phasing assumed, and that was considered by Dixon Searle in the viability assessment.
So in terms of the sort of flood betterment that we heard about this morning, one of the questions that a representative made, excuse me, I can't remember who it was who made the point, that we talked this morning about the bypass and its sort of dual function, if you like, as sort of highways mitigation, but also providing this this sort of flood prevention and flood storage and flood betterment. Does the viability assessment take that into account and take into account the costs associated with that? So, or is it just looking at just delivering the link road?
So the stage 2 viability assessment that forms part of our evidence-based document is just based on the delivery of the link road. And that was about 8.9 million. So, but since with the detailed work of how the link road could deliver the flood benefits, and we've had a detailed design worked up as appended to our hearing statement, and the cost of that for the stage 2 scenario, so it does differ from the cost in our hearing statement, but we did say that we would be refining that, is 10.5 million. So we're looking at about an additional 1.5 million pounds. Now, there have been a number of a small number of changes to assumptions on some of the costings, which we have asked Dixon Searle to run through as a sensitivity test ahead of well, just to inform ongoing discussions, along with sort of changes today, if you like, because since this was carried out in 2021 to today, with the changes of costs and market revenue, build costs and market revenue. And so they have taken that 10.5 million figure and put it through the sensitivity testing to provide sort of comfort to us as a borough council that the scheme is continuing to show it is viable and deliverable.
So you just referred to sort of some additional work, I think, there. So is that something that's before the examination, or is this something that's sort of ongoing?
No, it's not before the examination. It was something that we've been having just ongoing discussions with Dixon Searle through the changing, almost, if you like, infrastructure requirements and further sensitivity that we've noted since the stage 2 report was published through the submission of the local plan.
And is that something that the council wishes to submit and rely upon? What's the basis of this document? Is it intended as an examination document? Obviously, I've not seen it, so I can't really comment on what it is when it's being produced or what its purpose is. But is this something that the council wishes to? Is it going to be sort of submitting and relying upon?
I think that was something that we would talk to you today about.
Okay.
So if you feel it would be helpful, because as Mrs. Young says, it takes into account at this point, but also the concerns and points that have been raised around changes to build costs that we're aware of, but also changes to land values as well since the original evidence was undertaken. So if it would assist you, sir, then yes, we would provide it to the examination.
Okay, yeah, difficult really to understand. Obviously, you said there's different build costs in there. There's different costs for the bypass. It does sound like some sort of quite fundamental new information and evidence that quite frankly no one's been aware of to date. So it's difficult to really pass any comment on it. So is this a report? Is it ongoing? Is it being produced? What's its status?
It was simply a sensitivity test. A number in the changes of costs of infrastructure items are reflected in the evidence-based documents. So the infrastructure framework, for example, prepared in 2021, but the SWECO transport work identified the sort of more recent versions that have been discussed this afternoon, did identify some updated costs. So we just reflected that. So there's been a couple of reductions in assumptions there, which have been taken on board. Then there was the additional flood risk work, but that was more for our own understanding, I think, to understand what the implications of that would be in terms of that item. And the only other element as well was that as set out in the policy, there is 4 forms, well, and this is to do with paddock wood really, but given what we're talking about today, in the policy and IDP, we're requiring 4 forms of entry at the primary school provision. But there'd been an oversight, if you like, in the infrastructure schedule that had that as 7 forms of entry, which is obviously far significantly higher than the 4 forms of entry. So we just asked Sticks and Searle to amend that accordingly as part of the sensitivity testing to reduce that down, because we were aware of it and just saw it as a sensible buffer, and it was in the right direction, if you like. It wasn't the opposite direction, which would have caused question marks. We were identifying too much money on an item of infrastructure, but we were just tidying it up for the purposes of discussion today, and to just, if it had been asked of us whether, any of the changes that we know about since submitting the plan up to today, because these things are continually evolving, that we've taken it on board and considered it. But fundamentally, even with the sensitivity testing, it's still, the conclusions are all comparable, and I think in broad terms it's still showing it hasn't altered the conclusions of our stage 2 report. In fact, it's a better result. So the fact that our stage 2 report is a robust position on viability grounds, because it's in terms of us justifying why we consider these allocations to be deliverable.
So it's inevitable, particularly with the dynamics of the current and recent economic climate, that assumptions do change. We would be criticised if we didn't keep this issue under review for obvious reasons. I think it would be helpful to you and other participants if we submitted this sensitivity test or update to identify the changes and assumptions such as they are. And the matter can be taken into account. We don't have our viability consultants with us this week. Unfortunately, they can't be here. If there is any issue which arises from this, which needs to be the subject of further discussion, then of course we do have the reserve day when, if you think it's appropriate, where the matter can be discussed further. But at the moment, sorry.
In terms of the viability assessment that's been done today, and also the sensitivity test update, then, how did the viability assessment take into account deliverability then of residential development at Tudeley Village? I think you referred to previous stages of plan preparation. The sessions where we look in detail at obviously 5-year housing land supply and the total supply, and there's the housing trajectory that's been set out by the council. Does the viability evidence, or is the viability evidence based on the trajectory of housing delivery for this site, which has been set out previously by the council?
Yes, so the viability sets out the housing trajectory, which was part of the Regulation 18 local plan, and that was undertaken between the viability stage 2 alongside the master planning work was carried out between Regulation 18 and Regulation 19 of the local plan. So, and that is what the infrastructure framework is based on as well. So they share the same base data, if you like, in terms of the housing trajectory. And that's for both Paddock Wood and Tudeley, because both are relevant in terms of the items of shared infrastructure.
Okay, so that's fine. You might know the details off the top of your head, actually, without me bringing it up. But just in terms of deliverability then at Tudeley Village, what are the assumptions around the deliverability of housing in terms of when dwellings would start being delivered, and on a what sort of number per annum basis. And I'll bring up the you'll probably know the number, but I'll bring up the documents that it all sets out.
If we're basing it on the 2018 trajectory that the Reg 18 trajectory that was applied for viability, it was assumed that from 2026-27 there'd be delivery of 150 units at Tudeley Village for 6 years. So that's taking you up to 2031-32, and then 200 per annum for 5 years thereafter. At the time of the Regulation 18, we had a different end date for the plan period, running up to 2036. So that was the position. So it was expected at that time. Sorry.
And obviously, yes, that's informed the viability assessment. Do you think that's reasonable? Given and these are some of the representations that have been made sort of throughout this process, really. That's 150 houses that's in 3-4 years time. It's been subject to outline plan permission, presumably sort of disposal to a house builder or developer, reserve matters, master plans, SPDs, design codes, everything else, and then conditions, discharged, built, sold, and occupied. Do you think that's realistic?
We do think it's realistic, and that's why we went with this trajectory. We have a clear, I suppose from our end, we have a clear course of action in terms of driving forward these strategic sites. Not least, we have a specific strategic sites and delivery team that was set up to drive these forward, and we have dedicated officers that will be leading on and will be progressing supplementary planning documents, pre-applications, and the determination of planning applications. We have planning performance agreements in place, for example, and we are positively experiencing that at the moment with Land East of Paddockwood, and are confident in our ability to meet the timeframes that we can control. Alongside this trajectory stemmed from ongoing discussions with Hadlow Estate, and it was their phasing plan that set out within the delivery strategy that gave us confidence that this could be achieved. I think I might not be the best person to explain exactly how that's put forward and how that they will deliver that, but I'm sure if it would be helpful, Mr. Roberts from the Hadlow Estate could provide an explanation in that regard in terms of in far more detail than I can, but the mechanisms for doing that were fully considered by the council and is set out in their delivery strategy. And we do consider that can be delivered, otherwise we wouldn't have included that in our housing trajectory.
And in terms of the bypass in particular, but I appreciate there's other highways mitigation that's going to be necessary. In terms of the bypass, then, you've set out that for the reasons we talked about this morning, the nature of the roads in 5 Oak Green, carriageway width, on-street parking, etc., the bypass is needed to support this development. So at what stage then would the bypass be delivered, and by whom would it be delivered?
So from our more refined trigger points that we've been working on, as explained this morning, it is considered that, and 5 Oak Green bypass, to confirm, is required to serve Tudeley Village, and it is considered that it'd be around the 900th home that would be required, which based on the Reg 18 trajectory would be around 2031-32. We are aware that is going to require compulsory purchase order, or very likely to require compulsory purchase order. We have discussed that at length with KCC on that, and have discussed timeframes for factoring that in. I think we explicitly say in the policy that it's likely we're going to need to require CPO, and the council has experience of and is a willing authority to undertake CPOs. I can go into the detail of that timeframe, but also alongside, we understand it will be a 12-month construction programme, and based on sort of indicative timeframes that we have, we think we can, in terms of detailed design, we've commenced that process, but more detailed design, obtaining planning permission, running the CPO process, and I can go through this in more detail, but we could begin construction on this within the programme sort of early 2027, and as mentioned, it's not actually required till sorry, I think I just want to make sure I say the right time frame. 2031, 32 in terms of the Reg 18 trajectory. So that we have factored it in, we have understood that, and we are as comfortable as we can be at this point in time that can all be achieved.
And be great for you for the council's comments then on this is the point the representatives have made as well around you clearly until this bypass is delivered, you said that you're going to be limited on the number of dwellings that would come forward. So say 900 dwellings come forward, and the point that I think representatives have made is that there's a sort of there's a concern that the 900 dwellings would come forward. Now that's not going to be of a scale that's going to deliver the full suite of the mixed use development that you've talked about. And therefore there's a concern then that the 900 dwellings have come forward, or whatever that quantum may be. Those dwellings are built, people occupy them, and that development isn't fully served by the whole suite of measures that we've been talking about, all the public transport measures, connectivity, etc., mix of uses, employment, neighbour centres, all the rest of it. And then it becomes reliant upon this link road that's outside of the applications, it's outside of the allocation, it's a separate process, and a concern then that you don't deliver the vision which the local plan seeks to achieve. So how as a local planning authority do you prevent that scenario? How do you prevent the scenario where you've got the 900 dwellings and there might be a small shop or some other services, but then it becomes frustrated by this secondary separate process of trying to secure plan permission, trying to go through the CPO process, and then actually get on site and build this link road to actually facilitate the rest of this scheme coming forward?
I suppose I go back to the fact that we are working closely with KCC on the delivery of the CPO and the likely requirement for the CPO, and we have met on a number of occasions now to discuss that and progress this, and we are all committed to doing that and working together. And so this there is a commitment there, and the requirement is there through the policy for the private green bypass. But I understand your point about whether or not the Hadlow estate would just deliver 899 units and stop there. We know that it's deliverable through our viability assessment, and we know that it can be delivered through Section 106 development contributions. And so there is no reason to think that this would, in terms of jeopardise the Hadlow estate wanting to deliver the wider proposal and the significant benefits that will bring. And that is, as mentioned earlier, a very valuable sort of investment. So we don't see it blocking or stifling delivery, and the evidence base we have in front of us means it won't stifle the rest of the development coming forward, and it will just provide the necessary infrastructure and continue to build out. But I think whether this goes back to the conversation we were having before lunch regarding the policy and any suggested modifications to that, and potentially in terms of having the phasing and implementation plan as a sort of change to the policy, perhaps would be sensible.
Yeah, so do you think maybe that the policy to be effective to sort of prevent or to tie everything together needs to have a clearer, more focused requirement for the approval or the submission and approval of phasing and implementation details, so that the council at the outline plan application stage could actually consider all this and tie it all together as part of some approved details?
That's something which I was going to propose as a modification. to tie in the policy with the master planning and infrastructure study. And the importance of that really is in making sure that the development as it progresses remains sustainable in its parts until one achieves the whole, and to ensure that there's adequate infrastructure there to support the community, so far as possible internalization with other supportable sustainable transport options being delivered. So as with all these things, there is always some residual uncertainty, because even if one's looking at planning a large settlement, take Otterpool Park, for example, take any other large proposed settlement that is dependent upon substantial external highways infrastructure, which engages the intervention of other agencies, for example, over which the local planning authority doesn't have entire control. National planning policy envisages these circumstances arising. And in that context, the use of CPO powers is not unusual in order to give effect to strategic highway infrastructure provision to support proposals. It's inevitable in many cases. So the policy itself should be structured in such a way that adequate control is given to the local authority in being able to control the development, its occupation, and timing the provision of infrastructure accordingly. And it might well be appropriate, therefore, to link the policy requirements to the infrastructure study, and to make reference to that in the supporting text. And that's something which I will certainly give thought to do. That aside, and acknowledging there is always a residual risk with these things, national planning policy envisages the use of CPO powers where they are necessary in the public interest. And in this particular case, a CPO would be for the highway, but the underlying purpose of it would be to facilitate the garden community. The ACPO would be premised upon a detailed design of the bypass, and it would mean that work would need to start on the planning application at the earliest stage after the plan has been adopted. And that work would have to consider scheme alternatives, including alternative alignments. And that work would also feed into the CPO in terms of alternatives, considering the limits of deviation and justification for the specific parcels of land take, as well as feeding into the justification for the scheme and the public interest through the statement of reasons. That work would have to start, the work on the application would have to start almost immediately, and there's no reason why it shouldn't start immediately. And the CPO would then follow, and work on the CPO process could start in advance of planning permission for the road being granted, but of course wouldn't be made until such time as the permission was granted. So the policy can be worded in such a way, structured in such a way, that comfort can be given that should there be any slippage in provision, then development as permitted through the policy, and this will be also structured via conditions in Section 106 obligations as necessary, will be supported by all necessary infrastructure at the relevant stages.
And in terms of the bypass, then it's been set out. It's been set out in the drawings, and it's been set out within the submission. And I think one of the questions that I've asked previously was about its relationship with the primary school in particular, and the appropriateness of the proposed bypass and the new roundabout, which I believe will be broadly outside the primary school. So how has the council taken that into account, in particular thinking about considerations such as air quality impacts on the school in particular?
If I could, excuse me, if I could come in on that point, sir. If you look at the current position of the primary school, it's on a straight section of the B 2017. It does experience higher speeds than are desirable near a school. Placing the roundabout in this location moves traffic away from the school frontage. So although I'm not aware of a detailed assessment on air quality, we'd assume that additional distance is positive, but it significantly reduces traffic speed in the location of the primary school, whilst also providing other access provisions for the school itself. Again, not looked at in detail, but it does provide extra space for school parking on what would then be the old leg of the junction in towards Five Oak Green.
So in terms of the suitability of the bypass then, which is obviously necessary to facilitate the allocation, what work has the council done to consider landscape impact, highway safety impact, air quality impact, etc. of the bypass?
Apologies, we were just discussing the broad alignment of the Five Oak Green bypass, as shown in the submission local plan, has been based on an understanding of the site constraints in terms of the areas at risk of flooding, ancient woodland, other landscape constraints to align that route, and that was at submission local plan. And there's been subsequent work, as we've appended to our hearing statement, whilst progressing the flood betterment option to fix that more detailed route. And but we would expect and consider it appropriate that the more detailed assessments on that would be a requirement at planning application stage, and for consideration at that point.
And do you think there's a risk then that this goes back to what I was talking about before about you've got an allocation that's predicated on this route without understanding the full implications, air quality, safety, landscape impact, etc. Is there a risk then that sort of frustrates or restricts or limits this allocation coming forward in any way, shape or form?
I think given the public benefits that will be delivered through this bypass and associated in terms of unlocking the growth around Tudeley Village, that the various policy tests to ensure an acceptable scheme, we are satisfied that could be met.
And in terms of sort of highways, colleagues, appropriateness of you know, bypassing a roundabout outside of primary school. How have you considered that? Obviously, you said that, you know, it's a straight road at the moment, but presumably cars continually sort of slowing down to use a roundabout, accelerating away from it. Sort of air quality implications for children using that school, are they not being considered?
I'm not aware of any assessment having been done. Although I would say in response to that, clearly we're moving towards an electric future. There, you know, as far as exhaust emissions are concerned, one would be hopeful they would reduce over time, certainly within the timescales of the delivery of this scheme. You're moving towards the outright ban on combustion engine vehicles in 2035. So it's there or thereabouts. Okay, it'll take a while, but yeah.
And it's just a question for either the council or maybe the site promoters there. Maybe it's a question actually better suited for site promoters in terms of, Mr. Strawn might be able to answer this there. In terms of the realism and sort of realistic prospect of, you know, you've got this viability evidence, you've got the new evidence to come, which obviously I've not seen, difficult to comment on that. You've got the new evidence here to come, but it sounds like it's predicated on this delivery of 150 units per year. So no sort of building up to that. That's just straight in for 150 units per year from, I think, 2026 onwards. Is that realistic? Obviously, we've seen representations from other house builders as part of this examination who they build houses. That's what they do, and they seem to have sort of questioned that and said, well, I'm not sure that's actually going to be realistic. So maybe a question for the Hadlow estate as to how you're actually going to deliver this sort of trajectory of housing, and how sort of realistic that is.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask Mr. Roberts just to take that specific point, because he's got the expertise on the house numbers. Just before he answers, can I just set that in the context of the question you've asked about realism? Because you have, in the context of the bypass, Mr. Shadarivian was referring to national policy, but he didn't give a specific reference. That's not a criticism, but just in case it helps, you'll be very familiar with that, sir. But that principle of resort to CPO powers is in paragraph 121 of the National Planning Policy Framework. He says, Mr. Shadarivian said it contemplates, in fact, it's put stronger than that in paragraph 121, that in planning, one is intended to be proactive in helping to bring forward land, and local authorities using their full range of powers to meet development needs and secure better development outcomes. So I just make that point, that it's not just contemplation, it's actually proactive policy to actually use these powers in an appropriate case. Secondly, the test that you're applying, sir, to that, the realism, as you put it, I think you get assistance from paragraph 59 of the planning guidance that comes with use of powers of this kind, but also the absence of, say, certainty, if that's the reference that's been made to delivery or funding. In fact, the guidance talks about a reasonable prospect that the proposals can be developed within the timescales envisaged. So anyone involved in planning would avoid the use of the word certainty, but we're in the realm of reasonable prospects. And in that context, yes, certainly, Mr. Roberts will deal with that specific question you've asked about housing numbers. But just taking, for example, the road delivery you were talking about, are the reasonable prospects of the bypass being delivered in the sorts of timescales that you've identified in light of what we now know? We would say absolutely, because of the timescales that the council are articulating to you of the first house delivery, I think 25, 26, which is some 3 to 4 years now, on any stretch of the imagination, one could in fact secure a CPO in that timescale, albeit the road on their timescale doesn't actually need to be in place on their timescale until 2031, 2032. But in terms of realistic prospects, in circumstances where you've got a motivated local planning authority and highway authority, you've got funded, as in you've got the viability evidence on the funding proposals, there is clearly, at the very least, realistic prospects of delivery of that scheme. And by the same token, the work you've seen on the bypass itself, again, doesn't require certainty, but one's seeing a scheme already being produced, which certainly gives at least the realism of the prospects, but far more than that. So I hope that helps, just setting it in context of what we say is the framework for analysing that. You had a specific question, which Mr. Roberts can answer, about housing at 150 units in 2026, which I don't know if that's connected to the questions you're asking about the bypass or a separate one, but he can answer that.
It goes to the heart of the viability, really, doesn't it? Because when we're talking about the realistic prospects of the allocation being delivered, and by the allocation, whole allocation, and also the bypass is linked to that, then if the viability evidence, and again, mindful that we've not seen it, 'cause it's not been submitted, but if that's, and it has been predicated on the basis of 150 dwellings being sold and occupied in 2026 and continuing thereafter, the question about deliverability is then, is there a realistic prospect of that happening? Because that's what the viability is based on.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll hand over to Mr. Roberts. So you're explaining the connection, obviously, and I'll hand over to Mr. Roberts to help you on that.
So 3 points to make. So the first point is that the Hadlow Estate intends to develop the site as a master developer. It's not intended to sell the site to a single house builder or series of house builders. That means that the Hadlow Estate will obtain planning permission, it will put in the necessary infrastructure, and it will then sell individual blocks of land to multiple house builders at the same time. This is a common approach taken as a master developer. And when you said you've had evidence from other house builders, I do this on behalf of people on a regular basis, so I have very good experience of that issue. So the second point to make is that you've probably already seen from our delivery strategy, we already have a detailed master plan, which is almost fully compliant with the existing local plan policy in terms of quantity of allotments, sports pitches, urban space, setback from ancient woodland. So for us to move forward with the experience we have to develop through an SPD and a planning application, we are a group of people who are very experienced in large settlements. We understand all the issues. And we're in detailed discussions on a consistent basis with Tunbridge Wells about that issue. So you are not dealing with a naive promoter, you're dealing with a sophisticated promoter for large settlements of this nature, of the quality development that is being contemplated. And therefore, it's very straightforward. This is not a complex site in planning terms, in my judgment. And I'm very confident that we can meet the timescales that Mrs. Young suggested. If I come back to the specific point about 150 to 200, you have to break this down in certain ways. If this site has 40% affordable housing, that is a different delivery model to market housing. So affordable housing is a separate arrangement, separate agreement. That breaks you down to 60%. We will then be in a situation where we'll have to deal with 5% of custom build and self-build housing through that process, which then reduces that again. And probably early on in that process, notwithstanding the comments this morning, there will probably be some housing for elderly care, all through that part of the process. So you then get down to a situation where you're not trying to deliver 200 houses a year through the market, you're probably trying to deliver 100, 110, 120 a year. Therefore, you end up with 4 house builders, consistent approach as to how this can be done, who are building, smaller house builders who are probably building 30, 35 houses a year, eminently deliverable. We do it on other sites all the time in this way. And we have an extraordinarily strong housing market in Kent, extraordinarily strong. The reason that often other house builders don't bring forward houses at the speed they want to is for reasons to do with their own business. Where you want to deliver housing as quickly as you possibly can, you deal with affordables and you deal with custom build and self-build in a different way. Then 4 house builders building 35 houses a year in Kent in this market is entirely straightforward and achievable. It will not be difficult to do, in my opinion. The other point I just make to you, just generally about viability, and I'm sorry if this is a general point, sir, but I think it's an important point. I'm probably working on about 8 new settlements at the moment at the size or scale larger than Tudeley. Those settlements work at around £2,700 a square metre. And they've all got similar lots of infrastructure to Tudeley. They all have secondary schools, they all have primary schools, they'll all have new roads, that sort of other things. We're looking at £4,500 a square metre here. Probably in reality, this settlement delivered by the Hadlow Estate will be more close towards £5,000 a square metre. So the idea that there's a scheme in Kent at £5,000 a square metre that potentially is unviable because of infrastructure like Five Oak Green, which is 1.5% of the gross development value of the project over the whole, to me, it's an unlikely occurrence that could occur over that period. So I'm very confident about the viability. I think it's very conservative at this stage, and I'm very confident about the delivery strategy, and we are experienced in doing it.
Just in terms then of your experience, can you point me to anything then that says this is a new settlement that we worked on following this delivery method, where from submission of local plan through examination, adoption, master planning, SPD, plan applications, reserve matters, discharge of conditions, 106 is we have got to delivery of X number of dwellings per year.
Yeah. The fastest one we have dealt with is Chapelton Newtown in Aberdeenshire. It was a green belt site. It was taken out of the green belt, and it was a 4-year period from the local plan examination to houses starting construction on site. So that showed, and that was where a local authority was working hand in hand with the promoter, where they had a perceived significant housing need in those circumstances. So that's why I am very confident that in the right circumstances that this can happen in this way. The housing market in Kent is demonstrably stronger than many other parts of the UK.
So as the council can obviously the council point to anything where, you know, local schemes of, you know, doesn't have to be identical, but similar size and scale have gone through, you know, planning process start to finish. Obviously, you know, lots of representations, you know, I go around the country, look at these local plans, and the same NLP reports get put before me on start to finish times, etc. But can a local authority point me to any local schemes where they can say, well, yeah, this is a large strategic site, got through from A to B and consistently delivers 3 or 4 house builders at 30-40 dwellings per year each?
So is that directed to
No, it's a question for the council.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. We thought.
Can you just give us a moment? Sorry. Thank you.
So just while they're doing that, so can I just check in terms of document references? I lost you from the screen. But so just on that, I've referred previously to our Regulation 19 representations. There is a wealth of material that was attached to that, which I hope gives you an idea of the extent of the preparation that's already occurred in relation to Tudeley Village. I mean, we were not starting from scratch, very much the opposite in terms of master planning, the appraisals, be it on heritage. We talked about transport a little bit earlier. I just hope you've seen all of that. We're ready, you know, to proceed with planning, if you sort of mean.
Okay, we'll move on.
Sorry, did you want us to come back on that query about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think being put on the spot like that in terms of.
Oh, I've lost you. Hang on.
Other examples in Kent as the biggest thing that the borough court to compare to other. Oh, am I not working?
Start again, Hannah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. In terms of trying to find comparable schemes, this is the biggest scheme that will come forward and has ever come forward in the borough in a long time, if ever. But as I said, I think at the beginning of this discussion, the council is positioned to tackle this. We have a strategic sites and delivery team that has been in place now for 2 years to drive this forward, and we are solely responsible as a team to delivering the growth around Paddock Wood and Tudeley Village, and we have a team of experienced planners, both in policy and DM, to drive this forward. And we're working very closely with not only the Hadlow estate, but also the site promoters at Paddock Wood and East Capel, solely tasked with driving this forward. So we haven't got an example scheme comparative in size to point you to, but we have got a well-positioned council ready and waiting to drive these forward.
And so if I could add to that, and touching on a couple of the points that you made earlier about the bypass. So in the detailed timetables that we have, that Kent County Council are happy with in terms of preparation for planning application for that site, which is demonstrative of the work which Mrs. Young's team is already undertaking in preparation for the next stages, if you like. There's an 11-month period within that to prepare the planning application, environmental impact screening assessments. There has been landscape considerations already through the council's chartered landscape architect, Mr. Scully, who's presented at previous examination matters, and we feel that will give sufficient time to allow for considerations on matters such as air quality. We are a council which it operates planning performance agreements. We are one of the best performing authorities in the locality. There has been the membership of the council. There was broad cross-party support to move forward for the local plan and to submit it. We have the processes and structures in place to move forward rapidly, and I would say more rapidly than many other authorities. There has been substantial work undertaken already to seek to reduce at all stages the times for the relevant processes.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. See what other people have got to say, and then I want to move on to the last two topics for today. So we'll start with Mr. Bell, and we'll work across my screen.
Thank you, sir. Just like to raise a kind of a single point at this stage. There's obviously been some discussion from the council and Mr. Strawn on behalf of Hadlow Estates about the support that the NPPF gives for the use of compulsory purchase powers. And obviously that's going to be unsettling for those potentially affected by this, but it's worth having a look at paragraph 121 and the first two sentences as to what it says. Paragraph 121 says local planning authorities and other plan making bodies should take a proactive role in identifying and helping to bring forward land that may be suitable for meeting development needs, including suitable sites on brownfield registers or held in public ownership, using the full range of powers available to them. The question arises here, I think, as to whether or not that is intended to include greenbelt sites where there is suitable alternative sites that could be utilised instead. And I just raise it at this point.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Neame, please.
Thank you, sir. I just have a few points to run through in separate bags, if you like. I just want to deal with a couple of the points that have been raised already regarding the 5 Oak Green bypass, and just, if I may, through you, sir, just a couple of questions which might help in terms of your deliberation on that. Then I've got a couple of general points that I was intending to make, which just cover a number of general viability issues, not getting into numbers. So I'll resist getting into any detail on deliverability and trajectories, because we have that to come on under matter 9, and as I'm sure if you have seen our statement, I've got a lot to say on that, so I will come back to that. I think the headline point which I will make, however, is that any significant change to the delivery trajectory will, of course, impact on infrastructure delivery and in turn have an impact on viability. We can come back to the implications in terms of what is realistic delivery under matter 9. If I just come back then to the 5 green bypass point, forgive me if I missed it, but I don't think I heard the council confirm who would be making the application for the bypass. That was the first point. If I missed it, I apologise, but I appreciate just knowing that piece of information, because I think that will help you. And then just picking up on the detail of the points that were made, as I understand it, the bypass is required for more than 900 dwellings to come forward in terms of completions. The Dixon Searle report, which is, I think, CD 3.65, indicates in its appendix a valuation for that piece of infrastructure of a round figure of £8.8 million. Again, happy to be corrected if I've got the wrong figure. My basic mathematics tell me that that's just shy of £9,900 per dwelling for those 900 dwellings, which is clearly going to need to be factored into any land transactions, any equalisation agreements, presumably, because once that road's in place, dwelling number 901 won't require to pay for that. So that obviously has an impact on the curve of viability, if you like, as you run through the scheme. There's a significant upfront piece of infrastructure. Just then on some more general points, sir. So the evidence base that we're referred to in terms of viability, and this is getting away from specifics of numbers now, is, as I understand it, we've got the strategic sites topic paper, which is CD 3.67. We've got the strategic sites master planning and infrastructure study, which is CD 3.66. We've got the statement of common ground between the Hadlow estate and the council, CD 3.139. We've got the viability appraisal that I've already mentioned, CD 3.65. The Hadlow Estates Matter 6 statement, of course, is relevant. And we've been referred already to the delivery strategy document, which I believe was submitted in December 2020. So there are a lot of documents there, sir, but looking through them, there's a lot of generalisation. And within that, a lot of risk. The council places reliance on the delivery strategy document produced by the Hadlow Estate. The Hadlow Estate places reliance on the council's evidence within the strategic sites master planning and infrastructure study. We've heard from the representatives of the Hadlow Estate, but the Hadlow Estate is not a master developer. They may have aspirations to become a master developer in terms of bringing this site forward, but the fundamental is they've never done it before. We've also heard from the council that the council's never done this before. That just flags a note of caution in my mind, sir, in terms of the viability evidence that's before you, which within the various documents in numerous places, it confirms that generalised benchmark figures are used. Sir, I can't see anything to corroborate the figures or to market test those figures. We've heard that we're going to see another piece of evidence that perhaps brings the position up to date, and so perhaps we might all need to reserve our position on that pending sight of that document. But we have been told that all of the infrastructure is going to be paid for by the developments, i.e. not from external funding sources such as the Housing and Infrastructure Fund. Looking then at the viability itself, sir, and in particular, I'm looking at the table on page 22 of the viability appraisal, which is CD 3.65. And I'm again happy to be corrected if I've misunderstood this table, but from what I'm looking at here, sir, we have, and I'll just take example figures of the average market value of £4,500, and we have a surplus with a 20% developer profit of £10 million. If we then scroll down to £4,300 of market value, so that's a reduction in market value of just under 4.5%, and we look at the equivalent 20% developer return, we're into a negative of £26 million. The reason I flagged that, sir, is for a very modest change in one of the inputs, less than 4.5%, we see a significant change in the viability of the scheme. That, of course, needs to be borne in mind with the fact that what we're looking at here is not based on anything that's been market tested. That all gives me serious concern in terms of the viability of this scheme, sir, as a general point in terms of how it will deliver everything that it says it's going to deliver, and indeed everything that is required of it. Those are my points, all general points, sir. I'm not wanting to get into numbers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Russell.
Yep, hello, sir. I'll take my hand down before I forget. Yeah, we'll be going back now, so hopefully I'll try and remember everything that we've picked up. We've covered an awful lot of points. I guess my starting point is more related to deliverability. We've heard, or I've heard today, that the year of 2031 bandied around and 900 dwellings, which strikes me as based purely on the trajectory. I almost put the E before the I rather than the I before the E. I would expect that the timing of delivery of infrastructure is related to the need, and I do not see in the evidence presented to us the evidence of when the 5 Oak Green bypass is required. There is modelling of an interim year of 2031. However, there isn't the same level of detail looked at on years before that. With this in mind, and I'm sure if you've not been on the site yet, sir, I'm sure you will go. When you enter the B2017 from the A26, the Highway Authority has erected signs saying unsuitable for HGVs. They aren't mandatory, as in they're not backed by a traffic regulation order. There's no offence if you do drive a larger vehicle, but these are put on roads which are considered, as the sign says, to be unsuitable for large vehicles, either due to the geometry of the road and or the environmental impact on people living along that road. In this context, I would suggest that the B2017 in its current format is unsuitable for any level of development. This number of 900 dwellings strikes me as having arisen, and I'll quickly say, I don't take issue with the delivery rate. I hear everything Paul Roberts says, and it is my experience in other sites. However, the standard of the Tudeley Road, the B2017, in terms of safety, in terms of environmental impact, is clearly already an issue of concern. Otherwise, the Highway Authority would not already have imposed voluntary restrictions on it. Moving on to the 5 Oak Green bypass itself, which I would suggest needs to be delivered much sooner than is being suggested, than 900 dwellings, because of the impact of traffic on the residents of 5 Oak Green and the standard of the road. I have to agree with the questions you raised regarding the roundabout junction located immediately outside an existing primary school. I've not yet in 30 years heard the argument that that improves road safety or improves the environment for children, putting a junction immediately outside their school. You have the cars speeding up and slowing down. You have drivers who are paying attention to cars coming from other directions. You will have, inevitably, at peak times, queuing traffic immediately outside the school, and these all cause air quality and noise issues. I accept the point made that as a country we are moving towards electric, but my understanding of the most recent government policy is that from 2030, new cars will have to be electric. So the majority of cars on the road by the time this site is fully built out will continue to be carbon-based fuels. As I move along the 5 Oak Green bypass, and you have the plans before you in document, here we go, TWLP 022, the road crosses a river valley, and there was discussion this morning. I'm not going to touch on the flooding issue, other than I would like to point out in terms of the benefits that JBA Consulting on page 8 of their report add the following caveats. They haven't considered whether it's feasible to construct a throttle structure, if there are any environmental constraints on this location, if a fish passage would be required as the structure. So in terms of the benefits of any flood attenuation, there is no evidence before you that there's a prospect of this being delivered, because the consultancy looking at it has explicitly said they haven't looked at it. That wasn't the point I was going to make. I was going to take you to the long sections when you get an opportunity, sir, which show, and the only word I can use to describe it is a viaduct of some 600 meters crossing the valley. There's a bridge in the middle. You'll see from the long section yourself. You have to zoom in on the numbers. They're quite small. But for a section of about 600 meters, this road is going to be raised on an embankment, which will be up to and above 5 meters above the existing ground as it is now. That will cause quite a visual impact in what is a current country valley. So to hear that the council has not undertaken even preliminary assessments of this leads me to believe that there is actually a risk that this road cannot be delivered for those reasons. Not to bore everybody, but when I started work, we didn't do EIAs, we just built roads. And over the 30 years that I've been designing roads, the entire, I've got to use the word environment of road design has completely changed, where the environmental impacts of road building are considered first. And more often than not, it's the environmental impact that will prevent a road scheme going ahead than any willing. It is fantastic to hear that all the authorities involved in compulsory or taking people's land away from them to build this viaduct, this road, are all aligned. However, with the best will in the world, willing a road to be built doesn't get it through the planning process. You have to demonstrate environmentally that it's suitable.
Yeah.
Moving along it, and there's one last point here, you will notice that the road on the scheme before you connects to the Colts Hill bypass. We heard earlier that, or if you, I said we heard earlier, I'll just take you to the council's evidence again. If you look through the list of schemes in scenario 3 under Tudeley, there is no reference to the need for the Colts Hill bypass. What we don't know is what the 5 Oak Green bypass will look like in the event that the Colts Hill bypass isn't delivered. And it's one for tomorrow, sir, but in terms of the Colts Hill bypass, I'll also flag up that the council note that this is desirable. We'll discuss that more tomorrow, but not essential. The 5 Oak Green bypass is essential. The Colts Hill bypass is desirable, which leaves the question, if the Colts Hill bypass isn't delivered, what happens to the 5 Oak Green bypass?
Okay, Mr. DeWitt.
Sorry, I was just checking all the points. I said there's been a lot of things covered. And the one issue I've not raised here is from the All Saints Church West along the B2017 to the A26. Again, this road remains currently identified by the Highway Authority as unsuitable for large vehicles. And what I don't see, again, in evidence is plans of how that will be addressed. There were some plans submitted in, and I'm trying to think whether it was PS 023 or 024, which show a minor improvement on the approach, the eastern approach to the A26 roundabout in Tudeley Road. And you'll have seen my evidence there questioning the deliverability of that, given the drainage features, which will need to be removed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. I've listened with interest to what's been said this afternoon, and I'm struggling to understand why these key issues on trajectory and milestones for key pieces of infrastructure in relation to the numbers of homes built and the numbers of years into the development do not feature in the submitted plan, because that is what we're examining, and it does bring into question the effectiveness of that plan and this particular policy, and it's very difficult to reach a positive conclusion on deliverability in that respect. I just wanted to give an example as to why this is of such significant concern to the communities in Tunbridge and Moorland, in particular the communities in Tunbridge. The Strategic Sites Master Planning and Infrastructure Main Report 3.66 reference indicates that the secondary school will be phased in the long term beyond 2032. Now, that is vague, that is imprecise. This is time horizon, what, 2038? It could well be conceivable that it may be delivered just before the time horizons hit. Well, that will mean for considerable time. So if we take what's been identified in a much earlier iteration of plan, the trajectory at Reg 18, which is a few years back now, if it indicates that homes will start popping out of the ground in 2025, communities, especially those in Tunbridge, will be taking lots of pain for many years, and it's actually difficult to quantify how many years as people move into new development, and they will be, many of them, commuting to Tunbridge Station because of its strong links with London, and many of them in the peak times will be going to the Tunbridge town centre for the purposes of dropping their children off to the secondary schools, of which Tunbridge has several high quality secondary schools. So I'm sure you can appreciate the frustration and concern that we feel, because it is so uncertain and imprecise and vague, and it runs counter to what's been said. We've been assured, it is one landowner. They are a master developer, a master builder. They have confidence about delivery. Well, why was it not captured either in the policy or in a policy annex in the plan at the point of submission? Because you're meant to be confident at that stage that it is effective, i.e. deliverable. I had anticipated at the point of submission to see information on build-out rates locally and maybe relevant to something of this scale in the region somewhere. I can't find any evidence of that nature. Now, surely if you're going to talk about delivery rates and in Tunbridge Wells and the housing market area there, it should at least be informed by an analysis of typical build-out rates that have taken place in the council. I cannot find that information. Again, that brings question marks over deliverability. And the final point I'd like to make is, sir, you mentioned earlier on about air quality, and you're referring in a very localized way to where the highway infrastructure being proposed and the risk to air quality in terms of number of houses built before that takes place. In terms of Tunbridge and Moorland, we have concerns of air quality further afield. Referring to what I said a few moments ago, there could be an extended period of time where there are people commuting to Tunbridge for the benefit of using the train services, but also dropping children off school for many, many years. Well, that increase in highway traffic, there will be allied air quality issues. And from my analysis, I can only see that air quality hasn't been modelled as such, certainly impacts in Tunbridge, and it's just been dealt with through a topic paper. So I'm sure you can appreciate the absence of information creates very significant concerns and brings into doubt the deliverability of the policy. Thank you.
Okay, I'll hand over to council now just for any final points on this. I do want to, mindful that time's pressing on, but I do want to come back. We'll have a very quick break and just touch upon certainly some of the heritage issues, but anything further from the council?
No, can I just pick up on a couple of points, please, sir? So far as the updated sensitivity study is concerned, is that something you would like to see? I'm sure it might be helpful just to give you an update. These matters have to be kept under review, and it might be helpful to you just to see it and to see what changes have occurred there over time. And that could be posted on the website.
Yeah, just on that sensitivity study, I'll take that away with me, and I will communicate through the programme officer any actions upon that. So any actions upon circulating that document for
very good. That's helpful.
So
in terms of the basis for the 900, the 900 and indeed the other thresholds in terms of housing numbers, which appear in the master planning and infrastructure, forgive me for leaving down, infrastructure study, are based on if I just find it here, just bear with me. Just bear with me for a second. On the latest SECO modelling, and that's all been agreed by Kent County Council. And so, as I've said, despite criticisms from objectors about the effectiveness of the policy, there's absolutely no reason why the policy shouldn't be strengthened to introduce a mechanism whereby the phasing and implementation plan will be required to secure the phasing of development across the whole of the allocated site to ensure that development will be delivered and carried out in a manner that coordinates the implementation and timely delivery of the relevant off-site and on-site infrastructure. So I think those are the only 2 points I wanted to respond to at the moment. The evidence base is there, of course, to support that approach in the policy.
Sir, I think you're on mute.
I've done well to get this far in the day without that happening. I was just going to say, I'm mindful that time is pressing on. There's a couple of points that I do want to go through. So,
sorry, sir, could I just quickly ask a point? I just missed the reference for the 2031 date. I just wonder if you can cover it again. Apologies, I didn't hearing old age. From the council.
Sorry.
It was the document reference for the 2031. Sorry, I just missed it.
I'm not sure anyone referred to. Are you referring to what I had to say just now?
That's right, yes.
I didn't mention 2031. I mentioned the 900.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
As a threshold for 5 Oak Green bypass.
Which document was that in?
I said it was based on the Schweco document.
Is that 900? Is that 900 figure actually set out anywhere? It's been based on more recent discussion.
Just let me check.
No, it's sorry, just to jump in. It's not set out in the evidence-based document, as we said. The infrastructure framework appended to document 3.66A sets out for the 5 Green bypass medium term, which is 2025 to 2032, which we thought was proportionate for the local plan base. It's through subsequent discussions that we've been progressing as a strategic sites and delivery team with SWECO and KCC that we've determined the 900 figure, which aligns actually towards the back end of that period assumed by DLA, and that period has been factored into the viability assessment.
Yeah, it was just the report with that 900 figure is. I was after that reference, so that was all.
Yeah,
just so I can check.
That was a direct question that I asked.
Yeah,
and obviously council responded, but no, it's not. It's not set out.
So it's not set out anywhere. No. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, I propose we'll have a short break. So as I said, there are a couple of items left. I do want to have a look into the heritage issues, but I do think if people are happy to stick with it, that we would get finished this evening. People happy to do that? Yeah. Okay, we'll have a 10-minute comfort break then. If we can resume, it's just 20 past, so just after 30 we'll resume. And just want to touch upon well, predominantly for myself, heritage, but I know that other people may want to talk about landscape as well. So a 10-minute break and resume just after 30. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll resume and continue. Two final matters that I want to go through. Firstly, dealing with landscape and then heritage. The effect of the proposed development on the landscape character of the area, including the setting of the AONB. Further information and further evidence was produced during the preparation of the plan, and that looked at the impact on the AONB and the setting of the AONB. And within that evidence, it talked about, for various allocations and for Tudeley Village, it talked about sensitive areas and areas that would require mitigation. And obviously this is especially around the sort of southern extent of the allocation. How did the council take that into account, and how is it then reflected in the allocation, be that development requirements, total housing numbers, etc.?
Thank you. I'll start, and then I may refer to Ms. Kirk, who's here from HDA, who prepared the landscape setting report, and is able to go into more detail. Without going too far back, and I'm conscious of time, so I won't really, but we have constantly considered landscaping through our evidence base in choosing Tudeley Village to allocate, and that was done through our evidence-based documents ahead of having the landscape setting report on the AONB, the Borough Landscape and Character SPD, and the Historic Landscape Characterisation document. And all sites were assessed by Mr. David Scully, who's a chartered landscape architect. He can't be here today, but he is very qualified and provided that assessment on all the evidence-based documents, the Sheila and the into the SA for consideration. So as a Borough Council, we've had a long-standing and good understanding of the landscape issues when considering sites for allocation. Following the Regulation 18 plan, Natural England did ask for us to do a landscape setting report for developments that were affecting the setting of the AONB, and that was carried out by HDA, and as you say, that identified particular sensitivities and assessed it along, assessed the sort of proposed allocation in that regard. And I'm not going to go through the conclusions of that. Ms. Kirk can if you'd like her to. But what it did do was identify factors which were likely to harm the setting of the AONB through the allocation sites, and also then suggest factors to mitigate and how that could be incorporated. And that has twofold, really. That information was discussed and considered through the iterative process of the development of the master plan for Tudeley Village. That was led by the Hadlow Estate, but we worked closely with them, and those conclusions were shared and considered. And again, it gave us the comfort that the allocation as proposed out in the local plan could be delivered whilst respecting the setting within the AONB. In fact, the conclusions of the report is, with the mitigation measures incorporated, the proposed allocation could be achieved without significant harm to the setting of the high-wheeled AONB. And these policy requirements are established through the policy SS3 in terms of ensuring this is an issue that's carefully considered. So we have under the policy criterion 7B, consideration should be given to the key landscape characteristics, views, and the setting of the high-wheeled AONB. All applications through this policy are subject to a design review panel, which will require matters such as this and others to be carefully scrutinised and explored, along with the other sort of landscape considerations such as the visual separation and other improvements. And in fact, the thing that was noted through the sort of consideration of some of the compensation improvements that the Hadlow Estate are looking to achieve and have set out, that a lot of these are actually going to provide betterment to certain areas of the AONB if introduced and implemented, and could be a sort of opportunity in regard to not only mitigating against impact, but actually in certain areas could provide betterment. And I can allow Ms. Kirk to expand on that. would it be helpful for me to pass over now and for Ms. Kirk to provide a bit of a summary in relation to the detail on site?
Just in terms of the policy then, so does the landscape setting evidence, does that require, obviously there was the maps, I was just looking at the document there was the maps within that document, and it identified areas where essentially mitigation would be required. How is that then fed into the local plan? So the bullet point you referred to says, consideration should be given to key landscape characteristics. I was just wondering whether the plan actually, whether it goes further or whether or not it should go further, and actually be more specific on where these issues arise and what's actually required of development in them.
Sorry, I'm not on mute, sorry. So in response to that, these mitigation measures have been considered through the master planning work, and they haven't been specifically alluded to in the policy itself, but has shaped the master plan that we have been considering, that gave us the justification to allocate the site, and would be developed further through SPDs. And we anticipated that some of those specific mitigation measures would have been provided in more detail at that point, because they're sort of provides an array of options that you could consider in the mitigation, and it was then up to we considered appropriate sort of the subsequent stages to determine which of those were necessary once the detailed master plan had evolved. But I think if it was felt that actually making sort of more of a reference to those mitigations or the reports itself, or to strengthen the policy in that regard, then as with other comments today, I think we would be comfortable in doing that, because we endorse the mitigations and do consider that they can ensure the development doesn't have a significant harm on the impact of the AONB.
So is there a particular type of mitigation that's going to be necessary then on a particular part of the site? So we're talking about the southern part of the site predominantly. Is there particular landscape mitigation that's going to be necessary there? Is it open space? Is it landscaping? Is it a contribution of both? Is it lower density development? What's the actual mitigation that the evidence suggests going to be needed? It talks about mitigation, but what actually is it seeking? What's it seeking the developers to actually do?
Yeah, I'm going to just hand over to Ms. Kirk, please, to answer this one.
Good afternoon. Can you see and hear me okay? Lovely. I think for your benefit, I think what happened was that the setting study was done based upon the Reg 18 plan that was set before us. So what we tried to do with regards to mitigation was set out a range of measures that could suit a development within the proposed allocation site. So what we've done is if you've got my setting study in front of you, at 4.2.23, I've set out a range of bullet points with mitigations that could be suitable. And 3 of those bullet points include setting development back from the AONB edge, the use of characteristic structure planting, and/or where new development is proposed in association with the existing housing along the B20717, ensure that new built form has a positive vernacular. So the thing is that there could be things that come through detailed design that would mitigate for the potential effects on the setting of the AONB that would need to be considered in more detail as they come forward, because more than one option is appropriate. It happens that the most sensitive part of the site with regards to the setting of the AONB specifically is that southern edge, where you've got some intervisibility with the site from the road, but also some intervisibility of the site from behind the road within the AONB. However, all those views are seen in the context of existing ribbon development that's along the I keep forgetting the name of the road. the road to the south. And so that's why there's a range of mitigation options there, because you've already got that concept of dwellings on the edge of the AONB. So it could be that some sensitively designed dwellings would fit, or that landscape structure would fit, or that not having development where there are the bigger views would also be appropriate. So I think that while we could come up with our own plan, it was felt at the time of this survey that because there were a range of options that could provide the mitigation necessary to reduce effects on the setting of the AONB, that it was probably for the SPD stage of the plan to come up with the option that the council wanted to progress. I hope that clarifies the situation.
Yeah, I think it probably falls into the similar category that we've discussed before. I think, you know, you produced this evidence, it's identified some sensitive areas where mitigation is going to be required. Obviously, you don't have a final design, so you don't know whether that's going to be design of dwelling, setback, no developments at all, so you don't know exactly what that is. I think the policy just needs to go further, because it requires a consideration when actually it sounds like what you've actually done is, well, you have considered it and you've identified that mitigation is going to be necessary. So I think the policy needs to be, for effectiveness, needs to be stronger in its requirements of, you know, I agree, you don't need to set out exactly what mitigation and where, because that's part of the final design, but it does need to reference this requirement for these sensitive areas and mitigation as part of the detailed design. So again, I think it probably falls into that category of just doesn't quite go far enough. People, again, is it clear to people what's going to be required and where?
It should actually require mitigation to minimise impact on the key landscape characteristics, view and setting of the OMB. That's what it should be doing, making it an absolute requirement through the mitigation and design. And so that can certainly be inserted there.
Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. Just further to that point, I'm mindful that the setting document was produced, I think, in November 2020, and that the MPPF was updated in July 2021. And just sort of amplifying the point you're making, but you know that this is the first time in the MPPF in national policy that we've had reference to the setting of AONBs. It's before it's been in the plan practice guidance, but now it's enshrined in paragraph 176. Development within the setting should be sensitively located and designed to avoid or minimise adverse impacts on designated areas. So now that it's in national policy, I was just wondering if the council did a bit of sense checking, because when you read the policy in the plan for Tudeley Village, it doesn't seem to align with that language, which now is in national policy. So yes, I think there's an alignment is required now that it's enshrined that requirement in national policy.
Yeah, I think for effectiveness, the policy can be more clearly worded with regard to what's required, mitigation, etc. So I think that's something for the council to certainly go away and think about in terms of policy wording. Any other comments on landscape? Yeah, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, sir. I mean, on behalf of both sets of clients, in particular the parish council is very, very keen to stress that the low-wheeled landscape that this relates to is unique, and you'll see from our answer to question 23 in particular, Save Capel's matter statement for this hearing as to why we say that is the case, and this development will effectively destroy that landscape and will have a direct impact on the setting of the AONB, which to a degree the council appears to be quite keen to protect elsewhere within the borough. So this is another one of these points where at the point of submission there doesn't appear to be much by way of proportionate evidence. For example, no LVIA was taken for the area. There's nothing in respect of landscape sensitivity. Now, the landscape concerned here, Safe Capel, and to a degree, I think the local authority accept that it's a kind of a valued landscape in respect of how it's to be conserved and enhanced with relation to paragraph 174 of the NPPF. And it just doesn't appear to have been considered to the level you would expect at the point of submission. So really just the point that Safe Capel and the parish council would raise at this point is you're dealing with a site that should be considered to be a valued landscape, both in and of itself and the impact and support it provides to the setting of the AONB. And once again, it's one of these situations where it feels that evidence wasn't coming forward in support of identification of it at the point of submission. And once again, we're being told that various aspects will be dealt with by way of an SPD, which I made the point about SPDs earlier. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, the Horse Society, please.
Yes, I'm hoping this is the right moment at last to discuss the compensatory improvements. You've already heard my submission on the value of the pedestrian improvements, so I won't go into that. But the equestrian industry is reputed to be the largest land-based industry after farming. And we are able to claim under the Common Agricultural Policy the various under some of their schemes, and so we know quite a bit about what is available under government schemes for improving landscape, biodiversity, all those things, flooding, all those things. And realistically, a lot of what is being proposed here as, major compensatory improvements, I would suggest is actually probably going to happen anyway, because it'll be required under the environmental schemes that the government's going to be bringing forward now that it's taking control of its of the agricultural policy. So I'm not convinced at all that a lot of these compensatory improvements are really compensatory improvements. I think that's really what I wanted to say. But, natural flood, I'm considering natural flood, reduction measures on my land and planting of trees and so forth. It's going to happen all over England under the DEFRA schemes, or whatever it now calls itself. I'm not sure it calls itself DEFRA any longer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ive?
Yes, I just want to you said I should raise this point when it came to this and also to the heritage. But from the point of view of the church, the All Saints Tudeley, which is of course a world-renowned place for sugar windows, many thousands of visitors come. The landscape which is most affected is actually the northeast, as I was pointing out, affected by the potential block of housing there under phase 3 of the scheme. So I just want to make that point.
Okay, Ms. Borland?
Sorry, my screen seemed to have frozen for a moment there. Right. Yes, the setting of the AONB, the view of the AONB, well, the views across from the River Medway Valley floodplain and the views towards that, surely this settlement is going to be in the way. We seem to be talking, other people seem to be talking very much about a very close look at this rather than the wider views. And so we're quite concerned that actually the setting of the AONB is quite a big thing. And the fact that you can see across the slope floodplains really needs to be taken account of. And while I'm here, I will actually say that I have Lady Aikenhead has commented on the compensatory improvements, and my CPRE's problem with them are really that yes, everything seems to be mixed together. We seem to have everything that could be a compensatory improvement is also used for something else. Now, if that's the case, how do we measure it? How do we determine that that's actually a worthwhile compensatory improvement? Is it really giving us something that we wouldn't be getting otherwise? And it's the whole measurement of that concerns us with all of these things about compensatory improvements. And finally, one of the things that I would like to say is that if this were a really innovative design for a sustainable community, then surely we'd be looking at other things in the policy to make that happen. So making sure that there was very, very limited parking within the policy, making sure that that the streets were designed for people and cycling rather than cars. Everybody's talking busily about the traffic needing to be reduced, but the things that could reduce it would be effective in all sorts of other ways if we actually put them into the policy. If we really believe this is going to be a sustainable development, then let's set out to make it that from the start. Let's be really innovative about it. Why shouldn't we say, okay, well, the people who are moving here subscribe to that vision, whether it's a resident or a business? Those individuals, the workers, don't believe that they need a car to get anywhere to do what they need to do day to day. Surely that's the sort of innovation that we should be talking about to make this an exemplar scheme, rather than worrying about, oh, well, have we got the I admit I'm not a traffic expert. So have we got the numbers right? Have we got the percentages right? Is there going to be a 10% modal reduction? Who knows? We're not actually putting anything in place to drive that. That's where I mentioned carrots and sticks earlier. We need some sticks in the policy to make this a sustainable development.
Okay, so council want to come back on anything we've heard thus far?
I think so.
In terms of heritage, and I'd asked specific question really about the Church of All Saints, and within the council's hearing statement, there's a sort of summary of impact on heritage assets, and that finds that the significance of the church would be affected by the proposed development. So how and where has that been taken into account as part of the sort of reason for allocating the site then? And the same can be said for, setting of other designated heritage assets. Obviously, the church we've talked about previously, Grade 1 listed building. We talked about, or certainly the gentleman has talked about its setting. It's talked about its context. So how's all that being taken into account? Because it seems to me the response has been, well, we can leave it to the master planning, and the master planning will, you know, have an area of open space around it, etc. But how has it actually been taken into account in the decision to allocate the site?
Sorry, can you hear me okay? I had a bit of an issue on my laptop just then, and my microphone's not working, so I've just swapped with Mr. Bourne. So I think I caught most of the question, but if I miss anything out, do please nudge me. I've also got my colleague, Miss Salter, who's our Conservation and Urban Design Officer, who carried out the assessment that we refer to in the document, but I'll kick off first and provide the response, and then anything more detailed, Miss Salter can come back on. So in terms of how have we considered heritage in terms of allocating the site and making the decision to do that, heritage has been a principal consideration in the consideration of this site through both the Sheila, the strategic housing and economic land availability assessment, and also the sustainability appraisal. And it was considered via an assessment by our in-house urban and conservation officer accordingly. And you will note from the Sheila sheet for this site, which is site 448, apologies, I don't have the core document enough reference, but we identify that heritage is a key issue at Tudeley Village, particularly the All Saints Grade 1 All Saints Church. But we formed a view that that could be master planned accordingly. Similarly, the sustainability appraisal, all three options for Tudeley Village, well, the sustainability option looked at heritage, and all three options scored equally in heritage terms, all having a negative impact, and that was understood and assessed against the considerations when making the decision to allocate Tudeley Village. And again, it concluded that, you know, there was a negative impact, but through the detailed master planning of the site, that mitigation could be sought to reduce any harm on that. Then following that exercise, when it was considered appropriate that we could allocate and we could you know, sort of mitigate the harm through mitigation and through the master planning, our heritage officer, Ms. Salter, did the impact assessments and drew conclusions on that, which we've appended to our hearing statement. And the sort of conclusions of the assessment was based on the Historic England guidance on impact and setting, and that set out a number of conclusions, which we discussed with the Hadlow estate through the drawing up of the master plan in that intervening period, and in the sort of ongoing consultation on that master plan, sought to bring that to shape the scheme. For example, previous iterations of the master plan had some dwellings much closer to the All Saints listed church, and they've been brought back, and it's expected that that conversation would continue through sort of as those progress accordingly. We have got the requirement in policy, which just, you know, through criterion 7, that the particular respect should be given to the setting of heritage assets, especially All Saints Church, to make sure that is considered. And obviously there's the requirements, the statutory requirements and the MPPF requirements. And we do accept as a council that there is likely to be harm to the setting of the All Saints listed church, but we consider the public benefits of delivering a new settlement would outweigh any identified harm in line with the MPPF and statutory tests.
Just on that, couple of questions then. So when you say that there'd be harm, what level of harm do you think that there would be? And when you say that it would be outweighed by the public benefits of a new settlement, again, where's that sort of consideration in the planning balance? The reason I asked is that within the summary of impacts of significance on the All Saints Church, so this is the appendix to a hearing statement, you say likely that historic, communal and aesthetic values that form part of the significance of the church will adversely be affected by residential development in the land set out in policy. This would be from proximity of some of the site to the church, historically appreciated as being as an isolated position. All the points that I forget the gentleman's name, I think it was Mr. Ive was making. Prominence in the landscape, the context of the church, its dominance as a landmark feature, etc., etc., etc. So, what level of harm do you think would occur to the church, and then where have you set it out, or where have you carried out sort of the balance of consideration, which has led to the conclusion that the allocation would be justified, and that a scheme could come forward which would be justified and appropriate?
I will pass over for the first element of the question to Ms. Salter before coming back to the second part. That's okay.
Good evening, sir. Can you hear me? In relation to the level of harm, obviously it's difficult to ascribe an exact level until the proposals are better formed, but it certainly would be less than substantial. In the assessment that I carried out, I identified a number of heritage values that that we can attribute to the church, and not all of those are to do with setting. And again, not all of those elements of setting relate to the site itself as well. So just referring to the NPPF, and also the advice in the PPG, the proposals wouldn't nearly vitiate the heritage values, the heritage significance of the church, because of the assessment that I've carried out. And again, on the scale of less than substantial harm, that's where the mitigation would come in.
And likewise for other listed buildings, you've got Church Farmhouse there, Grade 2 listed building, and you talk about there's several designated heritage assets, in fact, in and around the site, and there's been a sort of a common theme throughout the representations that the context of those designated heritage assets is the landscape within which they are located. Talk about farm buildings, etc. That's part of their landscape context. That's part of their setting. That's part of their significance as designated heritage assets. If you build a new settlement in this location, what's the council's position? Is the council's position an acceptance that, well, yes, there will be harm, but that harm is outweighed by the public benefits of meeting housing need? Or is it the council's position that, well, through master planning, open spaces, etc., we think that there won't be any harm?
I think I have to pass that question back to my colleague, as it's a planning in terms of.
So I just want to understand the council's position. The council's position, especially around the All Saints Church, is then that just for my notes, that you accept that the allocation. Yes, you can offset dwellings and have open space, etc., but it will cause harm. But that harm is outweighed by the public benefits of meeting housing needs, a new settlement.
It is our position that it's likely to cause harm, yes. Then if I could just pass over to Mrs. Young about the.
Yeah, I think we agreed that it's likely to cause harm. I think the degree of harm won't be known until we have a fixed or more detailed master plan that we assess properly through the subsequent, planning application process. But we are confident that the level of harm would be outweighed by the public benefits of delivering a settlement of this size, and the public benefits that will be, especially as we're delivering it on garden settlement principles and with all the policy hooks that will ensure that. What we are seeking to do is to ensure that harm is minimised as far as possible through the mitigation, notwithstanding we think the material and the public benefits are there. We are seeking to minimise that harm as far as possible whilst balancing that against the meeting of our substantial housing need and the public benefits that will bring.
And is that where is that set out? That sort of those judgments and that balancing exercise.
We're just checking that. Sorry, if you could just bear with me a minute.
Okay, just whilst the council have a look for that, we'll go to Mr. Bell, please.
So sir, in respect of heritage assets, I mean, sir, one of the key issues that Safe Capel flag is again the fact that this is another area that hasn't been assessed or properly assessed. And sir, you've identified that there are several heritage assets within the area. And sir, I'd ask you to take a moment when you can to read Safe Capel's Appendix 11, I think it is, to their Regulation 19 response, which is effectively a heritage report and lists a number of heritage assets. So at last count, I think there are about 100 of them. And so quite to a degree rightly, the council focuses on the church in its very light touch assessment on the basis that the church is a key and internationally recognised attraction. And I mean, the impact the development has on the church, there will obviously be in any planning application coming forward, kind of a disagreement as to the level of harm that will be caused. I mean, not least when the church windows were installed. They were installed in the state that the church is in, and the lighting in respect of the artwork that the windows provide has the potential to be fundamentally changed by development cropping up around the church. So it is surprising that there hasn't been a more detailed appreciating the degree of proportionality that goes into these things, assessment of the heritage assets, because of course under Chapter 16 of the NPPF, the current edition, these are going to be key concerns for the LPA when assessing a planning application, and there is potential that points could be made in respect of a number of heritage assets that could have an impact on the proposal and in respect of the deliverability of the proposal as currently envisaged. So the other thing to bear in mind is it's not just about the impact of the housing that coming forwards would have upon the heritage assets within the area. It's also the infrastructure. Because of course, having a bypass running close to the primary school is going to have an impact on the setting of the heritage assets within that area. So it has potential to have an impact on decision making in respect of infrastructure coming forwards, and indeed the wider proposal. So those are the points that Safe Capel and the Parish Council would want to make at this stage.
Okay, just come back to the council. Did you manage to consider the last question then? So where's the sort of balancing judgment being set out in the decision-making process?
So we have considered this at every stage. We can't pinpoint to a certain document with summarising that, but if you look at the evidence base as a whole, where you look at the Sheila sheets, which set out the likely impact on, or that there will be an impact on heritage assets and how we think that can be dealt with. The SA looked at heritage as part of the round of sustainability considerations, and despite the negative scoring, continued to make the judgment that it was appropriate in sustainability terms to proceed. There was reference within the strategic sites topic paper alongside, and it's informed, all these considerations have been informed by evidence-based documents that we do have, including the historic environment review, which is part of our core evidence base, that has led us to proceed with the allocation and make the judgment on that basis. I think what's important to highlight as well, and we have mentioned it in our response to this question, throughout the whole preparation of the local plan, we have been engaging with Historic England on the proposals at Tudeley and the other strategic sites and the plan as a whole. And Historic England, in the statement of common ground between ourselves and themselves, have confirmed at paragraph 4.17 that the proposal for a new settlement at Tudeley Village is another main area of interest of Historic England in view of the heritage assets and specifically the Grade 1 listed church. It notes the initial heritage assessment undertaken by TWBC and its master planning and delivery work undertaken to date, as well as that by the Hadlow Estate. It is pleased that the policy has a strong protection and enhancement element with specific reference made to the setting of heritage assets, especially All Saints Church. So they are supportive of our approach and do not raise an objection to the delivery of the settlement on heritage terms.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Ms. Stolt wanted to say anything. I was just going to go to Mr. Strawn. Nope, hands gone down. Yeah.
So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Bedford, who will introduce himself.
Good evening, sir. I'm Will Bedford. I'm a heritage and archaeology consultant. I've been assisting the Hadlow Estate over a number of years to better understand the heritage constraints on this land and adequately respond to them. As part of this, in 2019, I produced a heritage constraints appraisal document, which I think you may find useful. You can find this document in the Hadlow Estate's Reg 19 submissions under Annex 4. And within that document, I do consider not just the church, but all the designated heritage assets in and around the Tudeley settlement proposal site. We did recognize early on the very high significance of the church and its sensitivity to change. We do agree that there is potential for harm to occur. And in that report, I highlighted a number of steps, including open space, which has regard to key approaches, such as approach from the west and the east, and regard to the grouping of historic buildings around the church and preserving its rural setting. And I highlighted that if you follow those measures within the master planning exercise, you'd be able to adequately mitigate that harm. The Hadlow Estates master planning team has responded to that. And if you look in Annex 8 of the Hadlow Estates Reg 19 submissions, within that document, you'll see an illustrative master plan, which shows some initial responses, which would go a long way to addressing any adverse effects to the setting of the listed church. We did notice in particular that the land immediately around the church and to the north, as has been highlighted, is important to maintaining the integrity of its setting. And so there is no housing proposed or anything like that within this illustrative master plan. And so the area around the church is kept pretty clear. And actually, as a result, there wouldn't be any change to the sort of surrounding ambient light that would make any material difference to the experience inside the chapel as well. So hopefully you'll find that helpful, sir. Oh, one last point, sir. Having looked carefully at what they've done, I think that given the scale of the scheme and the size of the open space that they can give around the church and the landscaping strategies they can implement, I think they could probably get to a point where they're actually preserving the setting. Because actually the church is not a vast cathedral. And when you look from the surrounding area, it is locally prominent, but it's not as if you can see it from 5 miles away either. So I think you would be able to contain the setting and preserve the key elements of its experience, of its significance, which are very much entailed in its artistic interest. You know, having the Chagall stained glass windows.
Mr. Bell?
I mean, obviously you're being offered the opportunity to view a report prepared by Hadlow Estates, but of course that doesn't form part of the evidence base that has been submitted by the local authority or even considered by the local authority. So the question is as to whether or not you would find that useful, and we would say that point of submission for the purposes of the examination that you're currently undergoing, that it's not going to be helpful. So just a point made.
Sorry, I think I was on mute then. Ms. Salter, you've still got your hand up. Was there anything you wanted to add further?
Yes, thank you, sir. I lowered my hand before I meant to earlier, just to follow up what Mrs. Young was talking about in terms of our own assessment and how that has been informing the process, and that sort of follows on from what was said just now. And that, as I was saying before, we've identified several different heritage values to the church in particular. Not all of which are to do with setting, and so there are some elements of significance that might be more important than others, and setting is just one of these that we've identified. And I just wanted to draw your attention to the advice again that's in the PPG about decision making and plan making, and it does say it is the degree of harm to the asset's significance rather than the scale of the development that is to be assessed. And that's the point I'm trying to make here, that there are several elements to the significance of the church and the other listed buildings in the area. And because we've identified what these elements of significance are, this will obviously assist in the process as well in terms of mitigation.
So I wonder if I just might come back on a couple of points, if it assists you. First of all, the scheme of Part 16 of the MPPF quite clearly doesn't require the same kind of analysis of proposals, policy proposals, as it does of development proposals at the application stage. What is quite clear in this case is that one should be aware of the significance of the asset and its setting, which clearly the council is. It's taken considerable care to discuss the issue with government's own advisor, and Historic England has demonstrated its happiness and contentment with the approach being taken. Now, it may well be that at the application stage, and as proposals are firmed up, that it's clear that there is no impact on setting, on the significance of the asset, or if there is, that it can be minimized to a degree which is acceptable, having regard to the balance that needs to be struck between the great weight that needs to be given to the preservation of the asset and the public interest in seeing development take place on the other side of the scale. What is important is that the policy itself is worded in such a way that any potential impact is minimized. And again, that is something we can consider in relation to item 7C in the policy. So we can think about strengthening that aspect of the policy to provide more comfort in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments on landscape or heritage? No. One sort of final question, area question from me, which actually a question that I think a few people have raised. I know CPRE have raised it today, and maybe a couple of others. And it's a question for the council, but it may also be a question for Hadlow Estate as well. Is the way in which this development would be delivered. Hadlow Estate talked about their role and other developers delivering land parcels. How would that work insofar as items of infrastructure like the school and the retail units and the employment space, offices, etc.? So how would those types of uses be delivered? Just goes back to the question before about ensuring sort of comprehensive development as part of mixed use development. Clearly, yeah, developer would want to come along and say, thank you very much, I'll take one of these parcels off you and I'll build my 100 houses or whatever. But how would you ensure that the offices, neighbourhood centres, and sort of the other sort of big ticket items of infrastructure, how are you going to ensure that they get delivered, and again, by whom would they be delivered?
So there are two elements to that question. One of those is what the developer will do and what interest will be shown by potential developers coming onto the site. The other is the way in which the local planning authority will ensure that essential items of complementary, if I can put it that way, development in the form of retail, for example, and employment will be provided. And one foresees that the mechanism for the latter, I leave the former actually for the promoters to answer. But so far as the latter is concerned, that will need to be the subject of either conditions or Section 106 obligations, which regulate the occupation of the development pending the completion of those key complementary elements. And that's something which will be, it can't be dictated for in policy. You just couldn't do it. But it's something which the local planning authority would be under a duty to consider as a material consideration under the umbrella of the policy when it comes to approving phases of development as they come in through the application process.
Yeah, Mr. Strawn.
Thank you. So Mr. Roberts is going to ask, and I'm just going to add something at the end.
So you're asking the question about how retail office buildings, how would they be created, how would they be controlled through the process? I think the most evident scheme in the UK, which has been followed as part of this process, was the development which is taking place at Poundbury, where there are now different circumstances, about 1.2 jobs per house. And the reason that has worked is the model is very different, and it's the model that the Hadlow Estate will contemplate. The Hadlow Estate own the land and own wider land and already have existing businesses in the area. The way the model has tended to work through stewardship over the long period of time is that there are many people who wish to acquire sites and build their, whether it's a vet or whether it's a shop or do things of that nature. It's a very common issue. The reason it doesn't happen in many traditional housing schemes is that house builders really want to segment a piece of land, get what you might call multiple retailers, a Costa, a WH Smith, a Boots, and sell that as an investment. That model doesn't work in the stewardship model. So to give you an example of the question you asked me earlier on about the scheme in terms of pace at Chapelton, within a few hundred houses, that scheme has a cafe, a hairdresser's, a beauty salon, a nursery school, an ice cream shop, a delicatessen, a jewelry maker, a community building, a greengrocer, and a printmaker. How? Because they've all acquired small sites and they've built their own accommodation. That is the model that works. It's not the traditional investment model. So it may also be a situation, as we have in other schemes, where the landowner, Hadlow Estate, might develop those schemes itself and hold them commercially for the longer term. So it's a very different model which allows independent local businesses to thrive on these sites and away from the more traditional investment model, which tends to be favoured by larger house builders. So that's why I'm very confident within a short period of time, there will be a small mix of local businesses who can access land and develop in that way. It's happened across many sites across the UK, but not in a traditional housing model.
Thank you. So I'm not sure I need to add anything after that, because that was part of the point I was about to make. The virtue of this particular proposal in relation to the stewardship is is as just described. Of course, the feature you just meant, or the question you raised, is one that does arise in respect of any garden village proposal, for example, where you're providing for a new community. And so it's something that arises and can be controlled principally through the grant of planning commission conditions of 106, as Mr. Shadow even said. But you have that added feature that Mr. Roberts has described, important feature of this proposal. So I'm not going to elaborate on that. You just heard about that.
So would the Hadlow estate be looking to build their own units in terms of commercial space, employment space, shops, etc.? Or would they, because obviously if you sell a parcel of land to a house builder, would they not just be interested in building out their 100 homes?
So so that's there's a different way the model can work. When you have intense competition, you also have a situation where someone like the Hadlow estate would not be letting the house builder design a particular set of buildings. The design might be undertaken for them, and that design might include a small office and a small shop and a small workshop. That is then embedded in the design. Then that house builder has an obligation to build very often as a shell for a potential occupier and sell it to that occupier, or the Hadlow estate might build it themselves as part of the process and take it back. It's just a different way of ensuring, because you have competition and you have control and people want to participate, you can direct the method of development to ensure that you get commercial activity. And it's in the interest of the Hadlow estate to do that, because it's a better community to live in, it's much more walkable, it's much more sustainable, and it's a curated methodology which was developed in Poundbury and has been applied to a number of schemes across the UK. And it's exactly this model which Hadlow estate want to apply to Tudeley, which is why we think the internalisation, the success and the walkability will be so significant.
How do you control that then as part of the local plan process? How do you embed that into a planning policies? How do you ensure that when those reserve matters schemes are coming forward for parcels or for plots, how do you ensure that's embedded into it? So yes, you're saying that you're going to control it, but how does the local planning authority control it and say, well no, actually, this is just another phase of 100 dwellings when you haven't embedded these principles which the whole vision was based upon?
Well, I think you would end up with a detailed master plan, which would, to some extent, that plan is there now. You can look at the plan that we've submitted in our delivery strategy, which identifies where we think the commercial elements will be. That would then be developed further through a detailed master plan and perhaps even a detailed permission as part of the initial outline and detailed application as part of that process. And then conditions can be used to ensure that those uses are brought forward in the same way that if you decide, it's quite common, if you want to bring a pharmacy forward, for example, because you want to have some health-related activity and consultation rooms prior to a GP surgery, you can do that through conditions as part of a master plan process. It is not hard to do this if the landowner wishes to do it. It's relatively straightforward to control this through planning conditions and the master plan process if there's an intent on both sides, and there's an intent here.
So what you would do is impose restrictions on occupation of residential development pending the provision of the other necessary developments. It's a common tool used at development management stage, and something which will be contemplated as part of the master planning process, so that the promoter will understand exactly how these planning tools will be used as a means of securing a sustainable development.
Mr. Russell?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Just a brief point. I've absolutely no reason to doubt Hadlow Estates would bring the site forward in the way they say. Our client's concern would be that if, for whatever reason, well, I'll put it another way. What we're looking at is the local plan going to be able to deliver it? And my client's concerns would be that if for whatever reason the Hadlow estate is no longer the landowner, how can that be secured? As I say, there's no question would be raised about the integrity of the Hadlow estate in delivering how they say they're going to deliver it. But I think you partly picked up the point, sir, that we'd be concerned about, which is how does the local plan secure the site, irrespective of landowner, that the site delivers this mix? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think the council through various topics this afternoon has probably accepted that it needs to go away, and probably have a look at the wording to actually just tighten these things up, and that's in the interest of effectiveness, and which goes to sort of very heart of, they've taken into account what everybody said, and yet there's a lot for me to go away and consider around the principle of this thing, but notwithstanding that, it's always useful to discuss how the policy works. And I think for me, at this stage, I think the council's right. I think it doesn't just need to have a look at actually securing the implementation. Talks a lot about the vision, talks a lot about all the things that this thing's going to do and how it's going to deliver it. It's just about making sure that policy, that strategic policy, is effective in actually achieving that. So that probably needs some work as it stands.
So I'm very happy to work on that immediately. I'm not entirely sure when you would like to see any proposed modifications. Obviously, it has to go through a due process in due course. But if it would assist you, then I can provide you with those drafting changes at your convenience.
Yeah, I think what we need to do is, obviously we need to certainly tomorrow is going to be a sort of another probably quite long day, but where there's some sort of crossover, especially around the bypass, etc. So I would say yes, that policy does need some changes. I wouldn't commit to that just yet, but yeah. Appreciate the points that what I would just say generally on changes like this as well is that if I say a change is necessary to a policy, I generally encourage the council to come up with the changes in the first instance. I can certainly direct those, but it is the council's plan. And I think you're probably quite clear as to what needs to be done, and it probably just needs to sit down and look at this policy, and potentially others tomorrow that we'll talk about, as to just tightening these up and making sure that they're effective in what they're actually seeking to do.
That's understood. Thank you very much.
So they were the only questions, obviously quite a lot of questions, but they were the questions that I had. We've talked about a lot today. We've talked a lot about the strategy on previous days. We've talked about the methodology on previous days and the green belt assessment on previous days. But was there anything else that anybody would like to raise at this stage that you think's important to discuss that we've not yet raised?
Not from us, sir. Thank you.
No. Any participants want to raise anything that they've not yet had a chance to do so? No? Okay. Well, thank you all very much for your time. Appreciate this got to 6:30, but it was certainly it was worthwhile sort of sticking with that. The housekeeping point there to arise is this additional viability work that's being carried out. I will communicate next steps and actions on that through the programme officer, so people will be contacted with regard to that. Is that document finished, or is it a document that's in preparation?
We've got the sort of key conclusions, but I just want to stress that document, our evidence base for the viability assessment, is what's has been submitted with the local plan at stage 2. The purpose of this sensitivity testing was for our own peace of mind, as we've alluded to, with the continually evolving changes in circumstances, just to be robust. So if we were questioned on it today, we were in a position that we could answer on changes to market values, changes to build costs, and noting several reductions in costs. But those, as I said, they were reductions in costs, so it was sort of fully into the mix. So they are broad summary tables. It's not a sort of comprehensive report. It was just a simply a sensitivity test, but we are, you know, the evidence-based document as was submitted. So it's not really additional evidence. It was just simply sensitivity testing. But it's not in a comprehensive report. It's just tables we have with us. We can put it together though, you know, with the explanation shortly.
Okay. Oh, there's one hand that's just been raised. Yeah.
Just to say, I don't think I've had the invite for tomorrow yet.
Okay. Has everybody else had the invite for tomorrow? Who's attending tomorrow?
I don't think I have either, sir.
Oh.
I'll check.
I have. Might just be me. Charlotte?
The QC would get his from the council, and I have sent the invites out for tomorrow, so I'll just check and see why Elizabeth hasn't got it. I think her colleagues have.
There are some others who are going to be attending in the afternoon for the British Horse Society, so maybe I got left out and you've sent it to them or something.
I did send it to them as well, yeah. I'll have a look. I haven't
received it yet. I don't know when you sent it. It may be that there's been a delay or something.
It was yesterday, but I'll double check and I'll resend it to you if not.
Thank you very much.
I better check if I haven't. I'm sure I've got it.
You've got all of them.
I'll be there. I've got it. Okay. Any other matters arising? So tomorrow is an earlier start. So it's 9:30. Again, obviously, I think the technology has worked fine. But again, if I could just ask people to just log on 10-15 minutes beforehand, if possible, just so we can, well, Charlotte can just very quickly check your cameras and microphones. But I've certainly not had any problems with hearing anybody today. No housekeeping matters from the council? No. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you all for your time. We'll adjourn for the day and we'll resume back tomorrow. Thank you very much.